Live radio, opening up our minds on interesting topics that you tell us you like. We will be right back as we take a short intermission.
This is 77 WABC Newsroom Extra.
Miami Beach hotels are packed, bars are busy, and ride shares are racking up the fares. The South Beach Wine and Food Festival is back underway.
All the big Food Network stars, Guy Fieri, Bobby Flay, Rachel Ray, Alex Barnacelli, Michael Simon, are all going to be here. Great DJs.
For its 25th edition, festival founder Lee Brian Schrager says they want to celebrate Miami's culinary scene by putting on a larger local presence than ever before.
25 years celebrating eating, drinking, and raising funds for education.
There are more than 100 events this year, proceeds going to FIU's Chaplin School of Hospitality and Tourist Management. And this year, they'll top the $50 million mark given back to the school, many of its students landing jobs as soon as they graduate. James Flippin for 77 WABC News.
The Dr. Sky Experience is on the air. 77 WABC. Now, here's Dr. Sky.
My name is Richard Graham. I'm a retired colonel, flew the SR-71 for 8 years. The book I wrote on flying the SR-71 is available. I think you'll enjoy it. It takes you through a complete mission from start to finish. I enjoyed talking with Steve Cates. I look forward to the next time we can talk more about the SR-71 Blackbird. You're listening to the Dr. Sky Show right now.
Bulletin of Atomic Scientists once again moves the doomsday clock now to some 85 seconds to midnight. Not to alarm you, but a fact of life. Our very special guest, Linda Harris Sitting, the author of many books, but this one relating to aviation and what could have been if it did go wrong. The B-52 down the night the bombs fell from the sky. Thank you for joining us, and I wanted you to continue on about the human side of this, about how the people got involved, and also as we memorialize those on that aircraft that did not survive. Please continue.
All right, so the human side, if you remember, I had told Bucky Schreiber that I write about women, so I felt it was really important to include the wives in this story because they're all at home, sound asleep at 5 a.m., the doorbell rings, and the base commander and the chaplain is standing in their doorstep, and you know it's not good when that happens. So I really wanted to write down about the women. They ranged in age from, Doris McCormick was the oldest. She was 42, and Carol Wooten was the youngest. She was 23, 2 toddlers and an 11-day-old infant.
Wow,
and staring into the possibility that her husband was not going to come back. So I wanted to make sure that I included them in the stories as well, and not just a postscript. And then the other thing was, thank you. When I was interviewing all these people who had actually been there, I was amazed at the patriotic fervor that they still felt, that they had been involved in trying to help find survivors. And I'm going to tell you one story that's not in the book. One of the first group of people I interviewed Harold Nichols, who was an older gentleman, and he had been called out right in the very beginning. He was with the Army Reserves, and so he was called out right in the very beginning to help. And, this is like 2 o'clock in the morning, so he gets up, his wife gets up, he grabs a cup of coffee and some toast, and he goes out the door. Well, he doesn't take food with him, and he's helping and setting everything up, and it's about 13, 14 hours later when he realizes he hasn't eaten and he's starved, and then he's standing next to a state trooper, and his stomach starts to growl, and the state trooper says, "When did you last eat?" And, Harold says, "I don't know, last night sometime." And the trooper says, "Well, look, I have a cheese sandwich I'm eating. I'll split it with you." And the two of them sit there and finish the cheese sandwich together. And then years later meet again and figure out who they were. But
that's amazing.
I get and so I'm interviewing him and his wife. And I said to her, "Helen, what were you doing that night?" And she said, "Oh, don't write about me. I'm just the wife. I wasn't really doing anything." And I said, "Yes, you did." I said, "It affected you too." And she said, "Well, when Harold left, I stoked the coal furnace. I fed the baby." She said, "And I started cooking to make sure there'd be food when he came home." So after we had gone through everything, I'd written the book. My publisher was getting ready to publish it, and I got an email from Helen, and she said, "Dear Linda, Harold is in hospice." And she said, "We're not sure how much longer he's going to make it." And he said to me that his one regret was that he wouldn't live to see the book published. And I said, "Oh gosh," I said, I'll mail you the manuscript and you can read it to him." So I overnighted the manuscript to her.
Yes.
She read the entire book out loud to him, and then he passed 3 days later.
Wow.
So it made me feel really good that I could have, helped in some small way, let him read, and his part in the story.
Linda, that's beautiful. And let me ask you about this. I mean, the pilot of the B-52, Major Thomas W. McCormick, I'm reading about that he also had an opportunity in the 40s to fly a B-17 with the legendary aviator Charles Lindbergh, and that's an amazing story. And even more amazing, am I picking on or am I alluding to the right person on the crew, that what he said to his wife, that if anything has happened, I promise I'll call you. And then if that is the right individual there, because the first thing the man did when he came out of that crash alive, he made a collect call. Is this the right person that I'm talking about? Major Thomas?
Yes, that's another wonderful human interest part of the story. So I'm also going to share something else not in the book. So part of this was in the story. So Tom McCormick does land. It takes him 6 hours to go maybe less than a mile through the blizzard and the snow down. When you crash in an airplane, one of the survival tactics is to start going down, lower and lower and lower altitude to try and get to safety, or to try and get to, human habitation.
Right.
So, 6 hours Tom walks through the blizzard. By this time he's got frostbite. He's exhausted. He doesn't think he can make it. And he finally gets down low enough that he sees what he thinks in the blizzard is an outline of a barn. In the meantime, it's the Warnick farm, and the young high schooler, I forgot his first name. I have to look it back up. Mr. Warnick's son,
yes,
says to his father, "I think I see somebody out there in the snow." And Mr. Warnick says, "No, not in this blizzard." And the son said, "There's somebody out there." So they suit up and they walk through. They trudge through the blizzard. They get through the field, and they finally get to where Tom McCormick has pretty much almost collapsed. And they get him back to the farmhouse. Excuse me.
No problem. That's interesting. You can take a break here, because what I'd like to do, Linda, I know where this cold and flu season's pretty intense for people. I myself sound a little hoarse, but the point is we continue on. But the interesting thing is, not to cut you short here, I just want to see if we can get some of the callers in here. It's 1-800-848-9222. Let's say good morning. You've been patient. Ronnie in West Maryland, relating to this particular story. Good morning. How are you? Thanks for joining us.
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, sir.
I live about 10, maybe 15 miles from where that plane come down.
Yes.
And I don't remember it. I was born in 67, but I remember pictures when they brought those bombs. They brought them down what we call Douglas Avenue, down into Lowney County and out of the area. So, it could have been, had they gone, I wouldn't be here today. My parents wouldn't have been here,
Sure. It's amazing how the fate of history and how the things happen good in this particular case. But Linda, there's a gentleman testifying, even though before he was born, he recollects the story. Please continue. Yeah.
Well, it really was amazing how the entire community turned out. So Tom McCormick is now sort of collapsed on a fence. Robert Warnick and his son Daniel are helping him back to the farmhouse, and the first thing he says when he gets inside is, "I need to call my wife." So he did. He called Collect to let her know that he was still alive. Now, the part of this whole story that touches me the most is I went up to Garrett County when the book was published, and I did a big book talk at a couple of bookstores and a history center, and then I went all the way up into Garrett County, and I was in Grantsville at their historical center. And as we pulled up, there was a line of people out the door, down the street, waiting to hear me talk and buy the book. Now, the amazing thing was when they came in, and I came in, I did a very short talk, and I sold out almost immediately of all the books I had bought, and so people were paying, and I was taking down addresses and promising to mail books to them. So all of a sudden, this one, and most of the men were much older, but then all of a sudden this one guy came up, and he was younger, and he took his hat off, and he said, "I want to thank you for writing this book." And I said, "Oh, it was, my pleasure. I feel very emotionally attached to the story." And he said, "I feel attached too." And I looked at him and I said, "There's something familiar about you." I said, I don't think we've met before. Right. And he said, "No, ma'am, we haven't." He said, "But I'm Daniel Warnick. I was the young boy that told my father that there was a guy out there in the blizzard."
Wow.
Yes.
Your book. Boy, the boy had a great sense of observation, bringing awareness to his father, or else that member of the crew would never have been found. No. But I find it interesting here. I want to see if we can get as many callers in before the top of the hour. I appreciate your time. I know with this cold and flu season here, hopefully you have some water or something near you, so you can continue with no hesitation. Let's say good morning to Max in Manhattan. Max, you're on with Linda talking about this amazing book. Good morning.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. Linda Siddig, there's a book that I came across not too long ago. It was by, I forget if it was Linda, but the last name was Siddig. And the writer was from Nebraska, and it had to do with culture in Peru and Lima and Quechua. I was wondering if this is you were the same writer.
No, I am not, but that's very interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know if the Siddig name is, are there many Siddigs, or are we just talking about...
There are not. That's what's really kind of interesting. There were 4 boys who came in well, they weren't boys, they were young men, 4 brothers who came in 1848 from Trusen, Germany, landed in America, and all became coal miners in the Western Maryland area, and then their families eventually moved much farther west. So it could be that the guy in Nebraska is related to us, because it is a very unusual last name.
Well, Max in Manhattan, it's interesting to have you on the show here, but let me say this. I think the overpowering thing here is, I can't repeat it enough, how fortunate we were at that time with these other experiences you'll hear in hour number 2, that these hydrogen bombs didn't go ahead and just initiate the countdown cycle.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, that's amazing. Max, are you with us? I just wanted to give you a last word. If you go ahead.
I am. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sky. You have a very good show going. Keep it up.
I thank you so much. Linda, see how they like what we're talking about here. And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're always interested, I always look and I search the universe, literally, for the best guest possible. But if you ever have somebody that you think you would feel is definitely worthy of being on the air, my email, DRSKY, that's DRSKY, Dr. Sky at WABCradio.com. Can't guarantee we'll get all of them, but right now, we're so happy to have you, Linda, in discussing this interesting book. So we got it about 2 minutes before the break here. So some of the other books you write, you say it's more toward what? The female side of the equation? And I know that's kind of generic, as I said. Tell me more about some of the
What I do is I write historical fiction. So I take a real historical event, like B-52, excuse me, and I look to see in this historical event, I try and research like women that would have been involved in it, because not trying to be sexist or feminist here, but if you look at history, and I was a history major in college, almost all of history was always written about what the men did, and a lot of the women did amazing things and were just we never talked about it, or it was not written. So I do a blog every month. I've been doing it for 14 years. It's called StrongWomenInHistory.com. Followed in 64 countries, and I search out stories of women that most people just don't know about and how they contributed to history. And so my books that I've written, the first one is Civil War. I wrote about the woman who came up with the idea that before the Civil War, all soldiers' uniforms were 100% wool. She came up with the idea to do a blended cotton and wool uniform that would be easier, easier to wear.
No, that's amazing, Linda. All these different women, and I would give one here, and the audience may not know this name. Maybe you do, and maybe you'll even write another book about her. Look up Vera Rubin, the astrophysicist that was shunned by many men because they never wanted her in the 1940s and 50s to get a PhD simply because she was a woman. What a shame. And the Vera Rubin story might be one that who knows?
I just wrote her down.
There you go.
Right.
And with that, Linda, we will be right back. Still time, 1-800-848-9222. And ladies and gentlemen, we take that intermission as we call this Theater of the Mind, the Dr. Sky Experience. Time to go to the snack bar, or if you'd like to get your favorite beverage, we will be right back.
The views and opinions expressed by the individual hosts and their guests do not necessarily reflect the policies or positions of WABC.
Good morning, everybody. Hello. Yeah, we're listening to the Dr. Sky Show on WABC here in New York. Well, New York City. I'm located in Yonkers, New York, right outside New York City, actually. So just listening to the Dr. Sky Show. It's kind of like coast to coast. He's been doing this show for the last few months now. He's on ABC at this time. And he interviews a lot of people, like UFO and stuff like that. Like something like basically like coast to coast. Except that he used to be a guest on Coast to Coast. So now he has his own show. So I got a couple of question marks. Say hello, Hazel. And hello, Carl. Let me put on my glasses. I'm sorry. Got a little break here. So I'm only going to talk during the breaks. I guess. Carrie Fry. Hello. Hope you're doing well. And welcome to the live stream. So yeah, so this is basically Dr. Sky Show. A lot of people like to listen to this. He is syndicated. However, if you can't pick up Dr. Sky in your area, you can download the WABC app and listen through there. Or WABCradio.com. You can go there and listen to it. But if you're in a nearby area, actually, even, this station is a clear channel station. You can hear this probably halfway around the country. It's a very powerful station. 770 on the AM dial. So there you go. So thank you for watching. And back to the
your favorite podcast platform. The Dr. Sky Experience is on the air. 77 WABC. Now, here's Dr. Sky.
I'm Dr. David Robarge, the Chief Historian of the Central Intelligence Agency, author of Archangel, CIA's supersonic A-12 reconnaissance aircraft, and you're listening to the Dr. Sky Show.
I know not what weapons World War III will be fought with, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. A quote from Albert Einstein. As we move on to 46 minutes after the hour, as we almost complete hour number one of the Dr. Sky Experience. Linda Harris sitting as our guest. Her book, B-52 Down, The Night the Bombs Fell from the Sky. Linda, this is fascinating if you're an aviation historian or interested in that, and just if you're interested in the human side. But let me give this shout out. I'm a veteran myself, but to all the women out there whose husbands and other loved ones went on to war, the sacrifice that the women made needs to be recognized, obviously, and also all the people in the town that helped to do everything they could to see that whole crash experience was, how do I say this? They worked very hard and worked together to bring about a positive ending to that, and also the military.
Yes. And it's amazing how many people up there still, it is, how many people maybe not actually remember the event itself, but I had people coming up to me saying, my grandfather was the one who you wrote about, and or my uncle, or I was just a kid. I was a little kid. I was in kindergarten. I don't remember it, but it's amazing how many people, the stories that are passed down. In fact, one of the stories that Bucky Shriver told me was about his mother. His dad was working the cat-eye shift at midnight down at the Kelly Springfield factory. And so Bucky's mom was home with the 4 kids when all of a sudden, she woke up hearing the crash and the sky being, blood red, and then, worrying about where did the crash happen? Is her husband safe? She's there with 4 kids. The blizzard's raging. So it affected so many families.
Well, Linda, like an episode of The Twilight Zone here, and I'm reading this 24 years before your story, B-52 Down, a B-17, ladies and gentlemen, on November 21st, 1943, crashed in the western mountains of Maryland as the number 4 engine flamed out. Ice on the wings, 5 crew members bailed out at 7,000 feet. Landing near Hibbensburg, Pennsylvania, the B-52 crashed, Linda, right near Savage Mountain, Maryland. That's amazing that there's kind of a correlation 24 years before. That is amazing.
It is. It truly is. And remember, those guys built out at 7,000 feet. The B-52 guys ejected at 30,000 feet. In fact, every time I fly now and the captain will say, sit back, ladies and gentlemen, you can take off your seatbelts. We're now cruising at 30,000 feet. I often look out of an airplane window and thinking, God, this is the height they were when the guys from Buzz 14 had to.
Well, for those aviation enthusiasts, take a look at the schematic. I know you show this, or somebody shows this, and somebody showed it to me. I've sat in one of these planes, never in the air. But if you see air shows and they ever let you in the cockpit, there's that area down below, which is called the black hole. And the problematic thing here, not to split hairs forensically, but it's almost incredible how the upper ejection seats go up to the top of the plane, and there's also bottom ones. But when you're upside down and the other person's not in their seat, it's a very cramped situation. And the best depiction, I think you might agree, is Stanley Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove, when they show James Earl Jones and our good friend Slim Pickens. Even though that's a deep black comedy, it shows you kind of the interior of one of those. They're not very roomy, to say the least, right?
No, they are not. And now imagine, too, once everything started happening, the plane's breaking apart, it's total darkness, all the electrical failure and everything, and the chaos that must have been, and the terror that the men had to be feeling. And when they ejected, they were up so high, they went through several thousand feet of free fall before the parachutes were designed to open. So the whole experience had to just be terrifying. And the two survivors, I shouldn't give away this, but the two survivors, Tom McCormick and Mac Peden, for the rest of their lives suffered from guilt, remorse that they had survived and the other three men had not. And it affected them for the rest of their lives. Tom McCormick went through many, many bouts of severe depression to the end of his life because of it. And Mac Peden literally becomes an alcoholic towards the end of his life.
Sad.
Very, very sad.
And for many out there that are veterans, obviously, the clarion call is that hopefully our veterans can get the care that they really, really need, ladies and gentlemen. We all know that that's a really simple thing for somebody to say, this host. But PTSD is a very real thing. I know a lot of veteran friends of mine, and maybe everybody out there. I'm sure you have your favorites and those that you know. So obviously, we need to do what we can to help support our veterans in every aspect of these horrible wars that we go through. But let's talk about the bombs for a second and the recovery. So as we close out this hour, obviously, thank God, they never did detonate. And if they did, you and I probably wouldn't be talking right now, nor would a lot of people. The effective yield of those, if we were to just place it at the ground zero location, and I've done some analysis of this a little deeper, there are these simulations that you can do with the effective power of these type of weapons, 9 megatons. That's pretty powerful. They were also put into the head end, the top end of the Titan missiles. And here in Arizona, we have the Titan Missile Museum, and if people haven't seen it, you go down in the caverns where they had the underground base, and you can still see a missile in the tube, but they took out the B-53, which is the 9 megaton warhead, but simply, without going through too much detail, that would have eviscerated not only that whole area, but probably Washington, D.C., maybe even areas along the, like Harrisburg and other areas down into Baltimore. I mean, just, you can't even imagine the destruction that something, and two of those, figure that. So what happened, Linda? They obviously recovered them, but they didn't tell anybody. They kind of slipped out.
That's really kind of an interesting story because, they were recovered by the Air Force, but when I started interviewing people, everybody had a different story about what had happened to the bombs. Some of them said, they went out of here on a construction flatbed, and somebody else said, they paraded them through Lonaconing. It was like a parade, and I'm thinking nuclear bombs. But the old-timers, the older-timers who had been there for a long time said, there's no way they went out on a construction flatbed, paraded through the town. The Air Force took care of them as quickly as possible, and they were gone. When I spoke to one of the park rangers, they said they knew for sure they were gone by Friday, but what exact night they were, it was done in the middle of the night when nobody would have, been there and they had to be trucked from the bomb site, the farm outside of Lonaconing, to the Cumberland Airport, and then they were taken away from there. I read the entire report that the Air Force put out. It's a 93-page report, I guess I would say, but heavily redacted. So there's very little in it except the specifics about the bombs themselves, how much they weighed and stuff like
Well, let's tell the audience the final terminology here. Broken arrow is the terminology that's used. It's a flag word, I'm reading this, for nuclear weapon accidents defined as unexpected events involving nuclear weapons, warheads. And they go on to say the situations, accidental or unexplained nuclear explosions, God forbid, non-nuclear detonation or burning of a nuclear weapon, radioactive contamination, loss in transit of a nuclear asset, imagine that, with or without its carrying vehicle, jettisoning of a nuclear weapon or nuclear component, and a public hazard, actual or implied. Now, that's more of a legal term, but that's the military designation, right, Linda, that they talk about?
Yeah, it's called a broken arrow, and there were actually 32 of them that happened during the Cold War years. When the Cold War years were finally over, the broken arrows no longer existed because we weren't sending B-52s up into Russian airspace and with the Chrome Dome missions. But yeah, there were several, and to this day, there was one that crashed right outside of Savannah, Georgia, right off the coast of Tybee Island, which is a very popular tourist area back here in the east. And it's buried somewhere deep in the Waccamaw River, and it's still there.
That's amazing. And you'd think that other nations or some people in the dark of night would be trying to dig for the thing. And who knows? But thank God we're not giving anybody any ideas.
No.
But you're right. 32 of these broken arrows in hour number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. We appreciate Linda's time with us on her very interesting book, at least for the aviation world. And for those of you that want to salute, actual citizens coming together in a small town. And obviously this under a situation that is as horrific, the loss of life on that particular crew of Buzz 14, the 484, the bomb wing B-52 bomber. We're going to be talking about all those things. And then in hour 2, we're going to get into a discussion of how these particular thermonuclear weapons actually work, and not to give away any state secrets, much different from the fissionable bombs like the days of Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah.
You get the last word. We got a couple of minutes. Always give our guest the last word, and that's the right thing to do, don't you think, Linda?
I do. So it moved me very emotionally writing the book, a book to research. It really, my dad had been one of the first, his plane was one of the first planes that took off on D-Day. Back in 1944, he was the bombardier. So as I was writing this book, of course, I thought about him and his entire military experience, and that thank God he came home, or I wouldn't be here today. I do want to say, give a little plug for the book, that B-52 Down can be ordered in any regular bookstore, but it's also on Amazon. And if you wanted to buy it in quantities, then it's available in Ingram Spark. And it's still selling. It's still selling really well.
I appreciate you, Linda. Thank you. And your website, Linda Sittig, and that's SITTIG.com, LINDA, Sittig, SITTIG.com. Privilege and honor to have you here, and let's stay in touch. I mean, any look-sees into a future thing, a book, I should say, that you'll be looking to write? I just finished a World War II book about the women who built the Liberty ships in the 18 shipyards on the eastern seacoast that transported all the supplies over to Europe during World War II. 18,000 women did that, and yet no book has been written on them yet. So that's amazing. People forget too soon. The Liberty ships, look at what they did for us. And look at the losses that they had crossing the Atlantic with German submarines. They were like sitting ducks. It's amazing. Linda, thank you for your time. Good morning, and thank you for staying up. I hope your throat clears up, and
me too.
Have a wonderful day. I appreciate your time.
I hope you guys don't get buried too much in snow. Well, you won't where you are, but everybody up there in New York City, I hope it's not as bad as what they're predicting.
Blessings to be prepared, ladies and gentlemen, for what's to come here, and hopefully it passes. And then again, as we always say positively, the sun will shine again and warm us up. The power of the sun. It's an amazing thing. Linda Sittig, thank you for your time. We appreciate you on the Dr. Sky Experience. We'll talk soon. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, in hour number 2, we're looking to communicate with Bill Yenny. Who's he? BillGuiney.com, a very famous aviation author, talking about not only these other incidents that have happened with lost nuclear weapons. We'll talk a little bit more about the reality of what's happening with nuclear weapons around the world, and also get into a discussion of, how about you've heard of the F-47? What is that? President Trump wants to see that particular sixth-generation fighter. We'll talk about that with your questions and comments at 1-800-848-9222. We will be right back.
New York's talk leader, the crown jewel of talk radio. WABC New York, WRCR Haverstraw, and 107.1 WLIR Hampton Bays. News first at 59 past the hour. 77 WABC News starts now.
77 WABC News first at 59 past the hour. Upper 30s and cloudy skies this Sunday, February 22nd. Good morning. I'm Liz Randabali. New York City is getting ready for a blizzard. It's happening Sunday night into Monday. Sanitation crews are preparing snowplows and salting ahead of the storm, with 5,000 workers set to be on 12-hour shifts and thousands of vehicles ready to clear the streets. The mayor also says a decision will come around noontime regarding if city schools will be open.
The forecast has been changing day after day. We saw on Friday there was an expectation that the likelihood was that we were going to face maybe 3 to 4 inches of snow. Quickly that then changed, and we're now looking at a blizzard. So we want to make sure that we make a decision based on up-to-date and accurate information.
Forecasters predict light snow will move through the area Sunday morning, then pick up speed throughout the afternoon, with heavy snow, strong winds, and whiteout conditions possible into Monday morning. The snow should taper off by midday Monday. New Jersey will be under a state of emergency starting today at noon, thanks to the approaching snowstorm. Governor Mikey Sherrill says the order will be in effect for all 21 counties in the Garden State. She's urging residents to stay off the roads and follow all safety protocols during the storm and use extreme caution. Much of the state could see 8 to 12 inches by Monday, with even higher totals along parts of the Jersey Shore. New York Governor Kathy Hochul is taking some credit for President Trump's decision to fund construction on the Gateway Rail Tunnel project under the Hudson River. Andrew Whitman reports.
Hochul says she called Trump for the third time about Gateway funding Monday night and told him she was headed to the site the next day to speak with workers. She told New York One Friday that she asked Trump,
"What would you like me to tell them, Mr. President, that you just killed their jobs?"
And Hochul says that's all it took.
He said he would look at it. Within 2 days, the money was all restored.
Andrew Whitman, NBC News Radio, New York.
President Trump says he's considering a limited strike against Iran if it does not make a deal that would end its nuclear ambitions. Trump made the comment during a White House briefing on Friday when asked if he was considering a limited military strike to pressure Iran into a deal. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer was on MS Now Friday night, where he said he's monitoring the situation.
I'm really worried because sometimes he gets so unhinged almost when he's in trouble like this. I'm worried what he might do in Iran. Who knows?
New satellite images show dozens of U.S. fighter jets at a base in central Jordan. The New York Times says images captured on Friday show more than 60 attack aircraft parked at the base in Jordan, which has become a key hub for the U.S. military. More from the White House. President Trump is raising his global tariffs to 15% a day after a major decision from the Supreme Court. On Friday, the High Court ruled against Trump using the emergency economic powers.
All right. Oh, hello, Ron Shed. Nice receiver. How do you like it? I love this receiver. It is one of my best receivers. This is the TEF 6686. It is a great receiver. I love the display. RDS on FM is amazing. Very sensitive on all bands. On FM is the best. The best. This and the Kidosin DX286 are the two best radios ever for FM DXing. There's nothing close to them. So FM DXing, these are awesome. And AM reception is very good on this radio. Shortwave reception is very good on this radio. The only thing about this radio does not have a single sideband. So that's the only bad thing about this radio. It doesn't have single sideband. So you're out of luck when it comes to that. But amazing radio overall. Battery life on this radio is awesome also. So very good radio. And hello, Ron McClone, Juliet, India, Golf, Alpha, Bravo, Oscar. Cool.
That could happen once police wrap their investigation.
So they're still on the break here. Listening to the Dr. Sky show on WABC, 770 here out of New York City. And for those of you who don't know who Dr. Sky is, he normally is a frequent guest on a lot of shows, especially Coast to Coast. But he has his own show, been out for a few months on ABC now, on the weekends, from midnight to 2 a.m. Eastern time. And right now they're on break. The second hour is about to resume any minute. Yes, and of course we're going to have a blizzard tomorrow. Well, later on today, excuse me. Snow just almost melted outside. Now we're going to get more snow. Wow. All right, back to Dr. Sky.
The Dr. Sky Experience is on the air. 77 WABC. Now, here's Dr. Sky.
As we continue with hour number 2 of the Dr. Sky Experience, heard here on the Blowtorch radio station, Talk Radio 77, WABC, we continue with great content, as you tell us, from the realms of astronomy, space, aviation, weather, celebrity guests, and stories rightfully of American exceptionalism. We want to thank our guest, Linda Sitting, in previous hour 1 for giving us some insight into some of the things that happen, bravery and courage for people who gathered around a small town in the mountains of western Maryland after a tragic B-52 implosion in midair and the release of 2 thermonuclear weapons. In hour number 2, we go to our go-to guy in the world of aviation. Bill Yenny is the author of more than 3 dozen nonfiction books, as well as a dozen novels. His work has been selected for Chief of Staff of the Air Force Reading List, and he is the recipient of the Air Force Association's Gil Rob Wilson Award for the most outstanding contribution in the fields of arts and letters, an author whose works have shaped how thousands of Americans understand and appreciate American air power. The Wall Street Journal says, and I quote, Bill Yenny writes with a cinematic vividness. And we solely agree here on the Dr. Sky Experience. Good evening to you on the West Coast. Bill, thank you for being with us tonight.
My pleasure.
Always a pleasure, my friend, to listen to you. Let's start off with some of the new books that you have, and I know you're also a fiction writer, too, so for people that are interested in hearing about the stories of the West, tell us a little bit more of those as you write about some novels.
Yeah, I've written a couple of Westerns, very different from the world of aviation, especially the world of high-tech AI aviation that we're probably going to be talking about later. It goes back to the 1870s, and which was around about the time my ancestors homesteaded in Montana Territory. I'm going back there, and it's not a homesteader, but a loner went in from his past, and he's found that he's good with a gun, and he becomes a bounty hunter.
Well, those stories of the West, Bill, are always so fascinating, and here in the West, where I am in Phoenix, Arizona, lots of legacy stories that we can hopefully get you on in the future to share with us some of these great mysteries and stories of the Wild West.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. I grew up in Montana, in the mountains of Montana, and you're talking about snow, and it reminds me of when I was growing up in the mountains near where I lived, within a 20-mile radius. There were mountains where we routinely got snowdrifts that were 60 or 80 feet deep, sometimes 90 feet deep, and so that was what your listeners are about to experience there in the New York area. We had
absolutely.
Hunker
down, be safe, ladies and gentlemen, and obviously common sense. Stay as much as you can off the roads, obviously. Your website, Bill Yenny.
Leave your car. Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, Bill. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, keep your cars parked tonight.
I would think so, and for the next few days. Your website, Bill Yenny, YENNE.com. A plethora of information, ladies and gentlemen, on the subjects and beyond what we're going to be talking about. In hour number one, we had Linda Siddig talking about her book about B-52 down. But I wanted you to go into a little more detail for the audience here about these terminologies that the military uses. We were talking about broken arrows. I think I went through at least somewhat a little better explanation than maybe most people have. This is, of course, when a nuclear weapon accident, meaning a lost nuclear weapon. There's obviously a lot of other categories there. But what I found amazing, 32 broken arrow incidents from 1950 to 1980. That's a lot of nuclear weapons being thrown around and bounced around, and thank God none of them have gone off, right? I mean, that's obvious.
Yeah, well, that's they're designed not to go off. But what worries me the most is radiation contamination from those bombs, not necessarily an explosion. Of course, having said that, the next thing you know, there's going to be one, but there hasn't been one in the 70 years that nuclear weapons have existed. There hasn't been an accidental explosion. But you're right, there were a lot of broken arrow incidents. Over half of them involved B-52s. Variety of causes, head-on collisions were one of the problems in broken arrow incidents. There was at least one incident where two B-52s collided. So you had two broken arrows at the same time.
Amazing.
And then a lot of turbulence, a lot of metal fatigue. Well, there's only a couple of metal fatigue issues. One particularly ominous incident was when a F-100 accidentally fired a Sidewinder missile and shot down a B-52.
Oh, good.
That's something that actually happened. And,
that's pretty sad. All right, that's just...
Yeah, I was, well, that certainly gets your attention. It was a kind of a scary incident that happened in 1961.
More questions that you may have, ladies and gentlemen, to our guest, Bill Yenny. Of course, 1-800-848-9222. Plenty of time to get in on the conversation. But Bill, if I may steer this aircraft in this direction, after we were talking about the 1964 Savage Mountain B-52 crash.
I had the pleasure of listening to your first hour.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
So you're already prepared.
I tuned in and I listened to that amazing story. I had read some articles about that and knew a little bit about it, but that was certainly an amazing story. She certainly did a good job of researching and getting personal and getting down to the fine nuances of that whole story.
Yes. Let's shift gears and talk about this one, the 1961 Goldsboro B-52 crash. And if you don't mind me just taking the liberty, folks, of just reading the intro to this. The 1961 Goldsboro B-52 crash was an aviation accident that occurred near Goldsboro, North Carolina, on January the 24th, 1961. A Boeing B-52 Stratofortress, carrying two 3.8 megaton Mark 39 nuclear bombs, broke up in midair, dropping its nuclear payload in the process. 5 crewmen successfully ejected or bailed out of the aircraft and landed safely. Another ejected but did not survive the landing, and 2 of them were killed in the crash. Now, this is another one of those broken arrows. But, Bill, I know you've done the research on this one. This one, to me, and I don't like the word spooky, is probably one of the most all-time, oh, my God, we almost had the thing go off kind of situation. Yeah. This is what I'm reading here. But tell me about this whole thing, because one comes down in a parachute, the airplane's destroyed in midair, and then it crashes, I should say. And then one comes down, the big bomb, the Mark 39, 3.8 megatons, and the other one, literally, no parachute, impales itself into the ground. But there's more to the story about the countdown, what happens inside these devices. There's a whole lot of switches. Take us through some of that series, because it almost went to green.
Yeah, well, there were so many fail-safes in those bombs that, yeah, it's definitely an almost, and you really don't want to say, oh, that was no problem. But there really is a lot of fail-safe architecture built into those bombs, and there was 60 years ago.
Yes. Well, without boring the audience, Bill, of going through each line in here, I mean, I have all this material in front of me, but the point is, by the luck of, by the grace of God, this particular one that impaled itself into the earth, till to this day, the secondary core of that nuclear weapon has never been recovered. That's another strange story, don't you think?
That is, yes, you talk about spooky, and that certainly one. What about the one that went down in January of '66 in Palomares, Spain? Went into the Mediterranean. Exactly. And there's still pieces of that are missing.
It's a very strange situation. 1-800-848-9222. We see the calls coming in. We'll get to you folks in just a moment and appreciate your patience. Let me describe in the simplest layman's term, and please add to this because I'm not a nuclear physicist and I'm not trying to pretend to be one, but I have studied this really deeply. If you look at this particular bomb and the class that we're talking about here, these thermonuclear weapons, the simple way to describe this of how you get a hydrogen bomb, people think it's filled with hydrogen, that you go to a place where we're talking about like the Graf Zeppelin or something, or the Hindenburg was filled with. No, this is different, not to be insulting to the audience. You have a uranium core, let's say, that is obviously, they call it oralloy. And what happens in there's a timing mechanism to keep this real simple because it's really complicated. In a regular fissionable type bomb, like Hiroshima or Nagasaki, maybe up to 15 kilotons, the process is that sphere goes critical and then kaboom. But in the hydrogen bomb, there's this process called the Teller-Ullmann design. And the biggest, most powerful nuclear hydrogen bomb we ever detonated was the 15 megaton one called Castle Bravo. But what I'm describing here, and I want you to add to this, after the first series in a hydrogen bomb goes off, it sends energy through tubes, and you describe this, I know it sounds ridiculous to people, and even to myself, like a plastic chamber in which the focused energy moves in toward the central core, giving the lithium deuteride, which is in the fusion part, an even bigger punch. That's just off the charts. So if you're looking at a regular atomic weapon, and nowadays these hydrogen bombs, people could look up the Teller-Ullmann design if they want to get more info. Bill, what say you on this? Because I want to get to the callers, too.
Well, I say that you said you weren't a nuclear physicist, but you're talking like one.
Thank you for the compliment, but believe me, this knowledge that I've given pales by someone, and not to put myself down. Thank you for the nice compliment, but seriously, it's a much, much more complicated thing. And we have to thank people like, well, if you want to thank anybody, Edward Teller and the physicist Ullmann, who came up with this incredible thing in which the Soviets actually stole some of this technology. It's an amazing story, too.
Yeah, well, that was the scary thing all of that, through all of the Cold War, was that we knew what we had was pretty terrible, and we knew who was in charge of running these weapons, but we had no idea what the Soviets were doing, and except that they had our secrets, and they had their own secrets, and they had their bombs, and if we couldn't trust them in any other way, how could we trust them with nuclear weapons? So it was a frighteningly scary thing, and it still is, because you've got Mr. Putin running this arsenal, and we've seen what he's capable of in Ukraine. So I think it's you're coming at it from the nuclear physics point of view, and
sure,
I guess I'm kind of looking at it from the strategic point of view.
Absolutely. As a historian who writes about it. Absolutely.
Well, the people who are making the decisions to use these or not use them, under what circumstances will we use them? When you've got situation in Israel where, there's, I hate to use the overused phrase existential threat, but if you're got a little tiny country like that and their existence is threatened, seriously threatened by somebody else with nuclear weapons, what's to stop them from going out with a bang?
And obviously, to talk about current events, Bill, right now, who knows? It could be hours, it could be days. The United States is building up so much air power and naval power toward Iran. It's only a matter, hopefully, doesn't happen, but it looks more likely that it probably will. Why would you send all that equipment over there? Well, if they're not going to come to the table and do a reasonable, I couldn't trust those people, and you couldn't either. I can't trust any of that over there with that.
Yeah, and certainly when you're dealing with a regime whose ad nauseum slogan is death to America, death to Israel.
It's horrible. Yeah.
So, what is Israel going to think? They're sitting right there, and a hydrogen bomb would go a long way in the mountains of Maryland or North Carolina, but it would go all the way in any target in Israel. So, what's the strategic thinking in those chambers right now?
Who knows? Let's go to the callers, Bill. You're very popular here. Let's say good morning to Ed in Cleveland. He's been patient. Good morning. You're on with Bill Yenny. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
We're doing good. Good to talk to you.
Thank you, sir. Please continue.
Okay. You guys were talking about nuclear bombs.
Yes, sir.
I had a top secret clearance in the military.
Okay.
As an air traffic controller. And those bombs don't get activated until they're elevated. They don't, because I lived this terrible thing where our runways were tilted, or taxiways were tilted,
okay,
to help B-52s to get there faster if we needed them. But one day they called us at the tower and they said, "Oh, there's a nuclear bomb rolling down the runway."
Oh no, literally, or are you being funny?
No, literally.
No,
we thought the worst of the worst, and,
my God.
And they finally, the colonel called and said, "No, it's not activated until it gets elevated."
Well, that makes sense. Right now, you made me feel better, Ed, when I sleep tonight, that at least that thing, when rolling, doesn't go off. But Bill, what do you say to Ed? I mean, this is interesting. He's got some experience firsthand of seeing a rolling nuclear weapon.
Well, yeah, it's, you've got, well, it's like I was saying earlier, these things are so many fail-safes that they're built into these weapons that the steps that are required to activate them are considerable. So that, again, that will make you feel, or should make you feel a little bit safer. Certainly with accidental explosions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at, you've got, we were talking to the number 38 broken arrows. No bombs went off. And, that's over much more than half a century. And I guess I'm trying to look at the positive side of this.
Well, I like to hear that, Bill, and that's interesting. But to Ed in Cleveland, thank you for your story, an eyewitness account of a rolling nuclear weapon. But back in the days, I guess the story was for the children. What was it, gentlemen? Duck and cover. How crazy. Imagine that. We were told to tie it under the desk. I did that when I was a New Yorker, and I couldn't believe I did what they told us, but I don't know how much ducking that would do. But
I'm afraid that wouldn't have done you much good.
You just wouldn't have seen the flash, but there you go. Ed in Cleveland, thank you for your time.
You would have seen it because it was everywhere. It would have been everywhere in the room. You would have been in the middle of a big ball of light.
I shouldn't laugh. I mean, it's a very serious subject. But ending off before we go to the hard break, Bill, I just wanted to get your thoughts on this. Apparently, the nuclear weapon that was released from the story we're talking about here, the Goldsboro, North Carolina incident, they have never recovered the secondary core, and they dug into the earth, maybe 100 feet or so, and boy, that thing was going pretty quick. So I guess I'm thinking out loud here, common sense, they never found the core. So I can't understand that. I mean, with all the technology today, you'd think you could dig down and get it. Do you have any other information on that? And we only have about a few minutes.
No, I don't. That's one of those things that I've heard about and sort of filed it away as we file away little scraps of paper in the shelves and nooks and crannies. That I'm going to go back to that and look into it, and never did and haven't yet. And yeah, it's something to look at. Something to look into.
It's amazing stuff here. If we haven't gotten to you, ladies and gentlemen, like Paul in New Jersey, as soon as we return from the hard break in just a few minutes, and for the rest of us out there in cyberspace, and, of course, here on the Big Blowtorch, Talk Radio 77 WABC, our contact number, the door is open. Our theater doors are open in the Theater of the Mind, 1-800-848-9222. We got about 3 minutes. What's your most popular book that you've written in the aviation world? I got to hear this because there's a lot of aviation fans out there.
Oh gosh, I think the books that I've written about fighter races have been probably been the most popular. I did a dual biography of the two highest scoring American aces of World War II, Dick Bond and Tommy McGuire. It's called Aces High. That was pretty popular. I did a book about the highest scoring female air race of all time. She was Russian, and that book is The White Rose of Stalingrad.
Amazing.
And those were quite popular. And I did a book on the B-52, which continues to be popular. And of course, I did the Area 51 book that we've talked about before.
Now that's really intriguing because, not to shift subjects, we wouldn't have enough time to cover it at all, but just to mention it in its entirety, we wouldn't. But look at what's going on right now. Isn't that incredible? We're hearing the former President Barack Obama saying, yeah, they're there, but I haven't seen one. And now the President Donald John Trump, and from what we're reading, who knows, may give us some insight into this. At least we're hoping from the UFO community, Bill, to hear that what most common sense people realize, we're probably not alone in the universe from the astronomical numbers of planetary objects that are like the Earth. That's going to be an amazing story for sure to hear.
Yeah, it is, and it's one of those things that when it happens, when we do find this out, if we find it out in your lifetime or mine, I will make a prediction that it will come, that announcement or that revelation will come in a form that we did not expect.
Wow. That's interesting, Bill, whatever that might be. So in other words, not the most obvious way of revelation. It will come, in a different way?
It will come in a different way, and the revelation itself will not be what we expected. It's like going to the movies and having a surprise ending.
Wow.
I never saw that coming.
Bill Yenny, you're very popular here. BillYenny.com. And also, Bill, I'll give a plug to my brother's website. Who's my brother? Joe Cates. If you're looking at aviation, military aviation, photography, and articles, go to photorecon.net. A house popular. I know you've given it your thumbs up, too. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a fascinating time in our history. Who knows what will happen as military forces of the United States are kind of zooming in on that area in the Middle East. And of course, who knows? Hopefully cooler heads prevail, but I guess you don't put all those assets in one place if you're not going to do something. So let's see what happens here. But let's pray that no nuclear device is ever detonated. And the goal is obviously to stop the radical people in the military over there in Iran that want to see the nuclear weapon on their side of the table. For Paul in New Jersey and others, 1-800-848-9222. We will be right back on the Dr. Sky Experience.
This is Sean Katzenfuse. I want to thank all of...
Alrighty. Hello, RT08 Todd. Hello, Todd. I hope you're doing well. I hope you and your family are doing well. And thank you for watching, and thank you for posting the topic. Well, what I'm streaming. I appreciate all the work you do here. I really do. Thank you. Awesome. Yeah, so Dr. Sky, we're first hour. I missed the first half hour because I was charging my phone. I apologize for that. And last night I wasn't on because I overslept. I went to sleep after that live stream. I was so I went shopping. Then afterwards, I took a nap around 8 o'clock last night. And when I woke up, it was like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, oh my God. So I said, okay, forget it. I missed it. So, I'm going to be doing a 30-day live stream next week. So, I don't know if this is going to be my last live stream before the 30-day event, but okay, so he's back. Anyway, thank you, Todd.
Another quote
Appreciate
from Albert Einstein. 30 minutes after the hour, we first want to thank the amazing General Chuck Yeager, who many have had the opportunity, I'm sure you have, Bill, of meeting the legendary first man to break the sound barrier. Welcome back, Bill. And I think it's really cool to go to the callers right now. Let's say good morning to Paul in New Jersey. You've been patient. Good morning, and your comments.
Dr. Sky, how you doing? I wanted to know, did you know that President Carter was part of Broken Arrow?
I did not know that, sir. Tell us more.
I heard, I think it was on Misuse of the Monument or Misuse of the Museum, that he broke down a nuclear reactor inside a Navy ship.
Oh, okay, on the submarines, yes, okay. I didn't know all the details, but he was a submariner, right? You bet.
Yeah.
And now one of the most sophisticated submarines in the fleet is in his honor, and they say that submarine outclasses so many others. Bill, any idea on submarines like that Paul's asking about or talking about?
Well, yes, I know that Jimmy Carter was a submariner, and he was a close friend of Admiral Rickover, who was the father of the nuclear submarine fleet. And I know that I believe he had studied nuclear physics, and he understood the reactors more than the average submariner did. And I think that was his specialty, as I recall.
Paul, that's interesting. If you're still with us, that's an interesting story, because what they're using there, and again, I've never been on board a nuclear submarine. We were invited to do a media tour once, but we weren't going to get out of the harbor. You could just go down and never get into, of course, the reactor room. But apparently, it's a very small, I think it's Westinghouse that builds these, or one company like that, I think they're referred to as W5s or W9s, but that must have been an amazing journey for before he was president to be part of that nuclear propulsion. Paul, that's pretty interesting. So thank you for telling us about it. That's interesting stuff.
Yeah, I think the naval nuclear reactors are a model for the kinds of nuclear reactors that could be developed for civilian use. Small, compact. There have been no major problems that we know about with them, and we have nuclear aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines, and it's a compact and, as far as we know, reliable means of tapping the atom for propulsion.
Yes, and if you look at the science fiction side, I never missed an episode of Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, and if many people are out there who know that, it's still on MeTV. And after this radio broadcast, I'll be watching another episode. Wasn't that an amazing television show talking about the sea view that had a glass front to it, and it had that little tiny yellow little submersible that took off when it went underwater, it took off in the air. That was an amazing bit of science fiction, but who knows? Maybe
that kind of technology. Wow.
That's amazing.
Well, it was that guy Jules Verne who invented submarines 200 years ago.
You got it. Bill, I want to shift gears with you because I think this is an area of your, real expertise, and I appreciate you. We see the F-22, very sophisticated. We've gone to so many air shows, my brother Joe and I stood in front of them when they first were put out in display, and a lot of times the person, the military guard standing there was telling us, don't take pictures at the front end of the thing. And I was going, okay, we must be looking at some sensors. But from the F-22, Bill, let's talk about the next generation of military fighters. We're talking about an addition to the F-15. I think it's called the EX, which is even a more sophisticated version. But beyond that, what can you tell this audience about the F-47?
Well, the F-47, the F-47 is a sixth generation fighter, and whereas the 22 and the 35 are fifth generation fighters. But there are a lot of sixth generation fighters in development around the world. We were talking off air a couple hours ago about the Chinese Chengdu J-36 and the Shenyang J-50. Those have proceeded to, and I think beyond flight test. They're moving toward operational status. The F-47 has yet to fly. And the Russians are working on those.
I see a few of those, Bill, that the Russians are working on. But tell the audience what designates and creates a sixth generation fighter. What's the difference? Tell the audience. This is interesting.
Okay, so in the fifth generation, you had, by that time it was well established that stealth characteristics are a must. It was something that was, in the fourth generation jet fighters, it was unheard of, and we had to have these dedicated stealth airplanes like the F-117 to achieve that. The F-22 and the F-35, they have to be stealthy. Okay. The other thing is this characteristic of super cruise. It's where you can cruise at supersonic speeds, and you can do so efficiently. Excuse me. So this is the fifth generation. So moving on to the sixth generation, you obviously have to have those characteristics. But you're moving into whole new areas of, just looking at some buzzwords, this data-informed decision-making, data fusion, cyber warfare. That was something that was just unheard of in the fourth generation fighters. And that's, that's something they're looking at. And I hate to use the word because that's all over, but artificial intelligence.
I knew you were going to say that because I'm reading this, not right now, and many people are, that the integration of AI into these may not necessitate an active human pilot anymore. And now we're talking really high-tech stuff, even beyond that and the Star Wars stuff, right?
Yeah, and this integration between human and systems, human beings and the systems of the aircraft, that's something that's got to be got to be beyond the imagination of a lot of people designing airplanes, not very long ago. And this sort of thing. And another thing that I've read that is of interest in the sixth generation is the ability of these aircraft to achieve suborbital flight.
Ah, yes. There you go. That's interesting.
We're just going to nip into outer space for half a turn around the world.
Not that I'm a big fan of Nazi Germany of the past, but they developed something you probably know even better. This Sanger type of almost a space plane that they were going to use if they developed an atomic weapon. Its sole purpose, not to scare people in New York, was it's going to dip suborbital and drop something on us. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it was. The idea was that this was before any form of space flight, and the idea was it was going to take off from Germany, go into outer space, and then pass over New York City, deliver a weapon, and then continue a single orbit around the world and land back in Germany.
Wow. That's amazing.
And we're talking 1944, 1945. This is Eugen Sanger, who was the guy who invented this thing. It was never built, and they never even really built a prototype.
Well, thank God they lost that. Right.
Yeah. Well, their aviation technology was way beyond us in a lot of ways. So those are some of the things that are being talked about in the sixth generation fighters. I think a lot of AI will be included. A lot of this whole idea of the human system interface, something that where the systems are smart enough that they function almost like a co-pilot in operating the airplane and the weapon systems, because these are warplanes, so it's not just the aerodynamic characteristics of the airplane and its flight characteristics. It's the weapons that it's going to deliver, and to make the smart bombs of the 20th century look like clubs and sticks.
It's amazing. Imagine what Wilbur and Orville Wright would think if they could come back today and see the advanced technology in just a short amount of time. That would be amazing. Our contact number, 1-800-848-9222 to speak with Bill Yenny and ask your questions. And if you are waiting on the line, like Tony and Clifton, we will get to you as we approach and return from this break coming up in just a couple of minutes, the last break of the 2-hour show. Bill, it's amazing. How long have you been doing this in the writing world for these type of books? I mean, I'm sure it's going on for quite a while.
Yeah, it's going on for 4 decades.
Well, congratulations on all these books. And again, ladies and gentlemen, go to Bill Yenny, YENNE.com. And again, another plug for my own brother, who specializes in aviation photography, military aviation. You've seen it, and you've given us a nice thumbs up on it. FlocoRecon.net. Contact information from various military organizations, aviation, not only here in the United States, from Canada, from Germany, Europe, the whole European area of aviation, military-wise, helicopters, aircraft, and all good stuff like that. Just amazing stuff to learn out there. And, I turned down the F-16 backseat ride. I know people laugh at me and say, well, you should have done it.
No, you didn't.
But I realized what he had to do to go through that, all the physiology of training and suiting up.
I'm sorry.
He admitted to me, he probably doesn't want me to say this, but even sitting in that back seat,
that's like a
unless you hook that oxygen up in the heat of Arizona's May or June, you can get a little bit squirrely sitting in the back seat. But they did a combat mission, simulated over the Barry Goldwater range, and you know what I said to him?
Yeah, sorry.
Better you than me, right, Bill? Chief.
Well, I did one of those. It would be 52 ones.
Oh my God. Well, how'd that feel?
Speaking of B-52s.
Yeah, well, we got to take a break, Bill. We'll be right back here on the Dr. Sky Experience. Your calls, ladies and gentlemen, 1-800-848-9222. And we got Tony and Clifton up next when we return.
All right, let's take a break there. Hello, Dadupa. Hope you're doing well. I can't interpret that symbol, but hello and welcome to the live stream. I hope you're doing well. I can't believe how can anybody? Well, I don't know. Maybe health issues. I guess I don't know. I would never turn down to be the back of on the rear seat of an F-16 or any other fighter jet. Oh my God! Man, that's my dream. I watch these videos. I know I know in Russia they do have you can actually pay. I know in Russia you can pay, like there's rich people, whatever, millionaires, whatever, that pay and to be on the back seat of a MiG. I forgot anyway, or SU whatever fighter. If I don't know on top of my head right now, sorry. Yeah. I seen those videos. I seen one that the guy they went up almost like 50,000 feet, and like my God, and the guy was like, "Oh my God, living the dream." I would love to be on one of those. I don't know if my body can handle it. I don't think I definitely when I eat anything. And he he wasn't even going like like there's one that the guy really was in shape and he pushed it. He said, No. You go do what and he passed out. And he still passed out. Because the G force, whatever. I mean, he did like some crazy maneuver. The guy passed out in the back. Oh my God. Anyway, that's Dr. Sky. Hope everybody's having a wonderful morning.
Hi, I'm Don Isles. I worked on the software for the lunar module when it landed on the moon. You're listening to the Dr. Sky Experience.
I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. A quote from J. Robert Oppenheimer a long time ago, back when the first Trinity nuclear explosion happened back on July 16th, 1945. At 46 minutes after the hour, Bill Yenny is our guest and proud to call him a friend of the show here as we move to the top of hour number 2. Let's say good morning to Tony and Clifton. Tony, you've been patient. Haven't heard from you in a while, and good morning to you.
Hi, Dr. Sky. Hi, Bill Yenny. I have a different question for Bill. I want to go back a bit further in history to my favorite person, who was George Armstrong Custer. And I just wanted your take on my feelings about, his sort of underrating as to what he did and the significance of it. Because there are many people who received the Medal of Honor at the Battle of the Little Bighorn. So my question to you is, looking at his history coming out of the Civil War and being sort of on automatic pilot, and what his family went through, which you talk about, what is the most significant thing that you feel people need to understand about him? Because he really represented our country at a time that we needed him, and he had received honors in the Civil War. What can you tell us about him that people would really need to understand? But there's a lot of misconceptions about him, Bill.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, this is fascinating.
I was going to say that you probably have read my book about the other Custers, the brothers of George Armstrong Custer. At the Battle of the Little Bighorn, there was not one, not two, but 3 Custer brothers died there, and so did their only sister's husband. So it was a real family affair. I've written that book, and I I've been out to the battlefield probably a dozen times from between 1962 and 2024. And so, yeah, I followed his career. I will clarify that he did not earn the Medal of Honor. His brother Tom, however, earned 2 Medals of Honor. He was one of only a tiny handful of people who earned 2. His significance in the Civil War was quite a lot. He outmaneuvered Jeb Stuart at Gettysburg, and he checkmated Robert E. Lee at Appomattox Station. You've heard of Appomattox Courthouse, but Lee was sitting in that town waiting for his supply train, and it never arrived because Custer outflanked the Confederates and captured Appomattox Station and the supply train, and that basically checkmated Robert E. Lee. So that's his significance in that particular battle.
Well, see, Tony, we get the right guy, and I appreciate you. Quick follow-up, because we got to move forward. We got a few more callers before the top. Go ahead, please, if you're there.
Well, Dr. Skye, thank you. Thank you, Bill, and thank you for the work you do, because the history is amazing. There's so much oral history that is not correct, and there's so much written history that is incorrect. So you're a gem. God bless you, and thank you for all you do.
Well, thank you, Tony, for being part of the Dr. Skye experience. We appreciate you. Let's say good morning to Tony in Arizona. Tony, you're on with Bill Yenny. How you doing this morning?
Thank you, Dr. Skye, and thank you, guests, for all this history, information, stuff like that. I wanted to backtrack just a little bit about the nuclear energy issues there pertaining to former President Carter when he was there. I mean, nuclear energy is something else. I mean, especially now that we have our Palo Verde nuclear energy here and everything else involved, especially the fleets that are regrouping over there, over in next to Iran. But going back to former President Carter during his naval career, he was never really deployed on any nuclear submarine. He was in training to go into the Seawolf. President Carter at the time, he only was actually deployed on diesel-powered submarines.
Interesting. Clarification by Tony in Arizona. Bill, it's interesting. Story of submarines and Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, he was an acolyte of Rickover, and he was active in the nuclear propulsion world. But I think that's correct that he did not deploy on a nuclear submarine.
Tony in Arizona, thank you for giving us an update here, and we appreciate you as always, and all of the people who are part of the Dr. Skye experience. A shout out to owner and operator John Katsimatidis, and of course from the executive staff, Chad Lopez, for giving me the opportunity of a lifetime to sit behind this particular microphone. Your questions and comments to me at DRSKY, Dr. Skye, at WABCradio.com. And any possible future guests, we do have lots of them that we're looking toward to get, not only in the world of astronomy, but aviation, as we have our special go-to guy, space, and of course, all these subjects, weather, and celebrity guests that you'll be hearing from now on, and lots of them, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking at Billy Mumi from Lost in Space, a good friend. We've had him a number of times in other shows, and he's, said as soon as schedule permits, he'd like to share with you his days from Twilight Zone, Lost in Space, and I'm sure you'll have tons of questions with him. We wrap it up here in about 7 or 8 minutes, but you have the floor and talk about more of the things that you would like to bring to our attention in the aviation world right now.
Well, I think that you brought up an important topic with the sixth generation fighters, and I think that that will be an interesting area to watch as these things develop, as the F-47 comes along. Those are important things, and I think that everything you've said about the Iranian situation is it's scary, but it demands that we watch it. off into the world of the unknown with what may or may not happen over there. So those are a couple of things to be.
It's a very complicated situation. Very complicated.
And,
it's got a lot of moving parts, and we don't know how strong or how weak. I mean, maybe some of the government agencies really do know the strengths and weaknesses. I hope they do, of what they're up against here, because that could start a whole regional war that maybe has no end in sight. Because
I am sure they know more than we know they know. And they certainly know more than we know.
And I've just noticed on various friends of mine that report into me, Russia seems to have a number of its military aircraft now stationed in Iran on the ground, including their version of what we now have as the big 747, alleged called the Doomsday plane, the big command and control airplane that we have. But apparently the Russian version has shown up over there. So, wow, everybody's assembling their hardware. But again, the Russians are building up a presence in Iran, obviously, to support those guys over there. So who knows?
Well, the Russians are doing a lot of shopping for drones in Iran, and they have been for the last 2 years. So a lot of those drones that you see in pictures and film from Ukraine, those are Iranian-built drones.
Well, Bill, as we mentioned before, in hour number 1, as you know, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, the doomsday clock, is now set at 85 seconds to midnight. God help us. It was set way into the, higher numbers. Back in 1991, it was set at 17 minutes to midnight. And the clock in 1947, I'm reading this, was set at exactly 7 minutes to midnight. So hopefully it doesn't wind down to 10 seconds before midnight. But again, ladies and gentlemen, you see when the president is traveling, you see this rather large bag that's always there with a military aid. And Bill, I know you know about this. This is the, special suitcase that in the event of nuclear war, called the football. But we also want to mention that the Russians, I was going to say Soviet Union, but that's not accurate. The Russians actually carry a little suitcase that looks like a primitive old computer of the early Apple days when they had the big the big cathode ray tubes. Their nuclear suitcase is called the Cheget. So let's hope any of those ever have to be used, because what do you have? You only have maybe 20 minutes, if less, to respond to something if it's a real authentication that weapons are headed toward us, and God help us, whoever has to make that decision, right?
That goes without saying.
Absolutely. Bill, I appreciate you, and I want to thank you, Bill Yenny, that's YENNE.com, always our go-to guy. I mean, you can check out his books. There's so many of them, ladies and gentlemen, that it would take, maybe a few days for us to go through it. But Bill, one day, let's do that. I mean, when we had Tony and Clifton call up, talking about the period in American history with Custer and such, let's do those books that you have that talk a little bit more about some fictional things and also some factual things about the West and the American history that goes along with that. We do appreciate your time, Bill. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, we always give out a short sky report here for those of you that say, what happened to our information about the heavens? Just know, as we move to the end of February, this is interesting in the heavens. Don't forget, on the morning of March the 3rd, there will be a total lunar eclipse, mostly visible from the central and western U.S., but still, beginnings of that eclipse will take place for our listeners in the eastern time zone. Right now, the moon moves on to its first quarter phase. As we continue to move on, that happens on the 24th. The moon's closest on the 24th. And still, your two primary planets that are in the heavens for sky watchers, still Jupiter, high up into the east, you can't miss it, now well over 430 million miles from your eye. Saturn hugging the horizon in the west just after sunset, and a plethora of winter constellations like Orion the Hunter, and so many wonderful things. Take a look below Orion. The brilliant star that you see there is the brightest star in the heavens, other than the sun, the star Sirius. When you see it, it's 8.6 light years away. What were you doing 8.6 years ago? Because the light you see now left there 8.6 years ago. The beat goes on, ladies and gentlemen. Always information here on the Dr. Sky Experience. And my email, once again, is drsky@wabcradio.com. No question is too difficult, and we always speak the truth. So if you have questions and comments or potential guests that you think would be worthy of being heard on this most powerful blowtorch radio station, you know how to get in touch with me. Once again, thanks to our helmsman navigating the signal, Tony and Bill doing an excellent job. And ladies and gentlemen, we want to wish you the best for hunkering down during this blizzard. Be safe, of course, that's an understatement. Clear skies and the brightness of the sun, we assure you, will return. And happier days are on the horizon. We want to be optimistic. We'll see you next week.
There you go. So that's Dr. Sky Show. Just ended. I'm gonna be on for a while longer. I'm gonna let it go on TJ McCormick. Of course, last night he was not in. They have a guest host, and yesterday he was talking about UFOs and stuff like that. So I'm gonna leave it on, see what he's gonna talk about tonight, and we'll go from there. I forgot the guy's name. He's gonna be on in a couple of minutes. Unless CJ McCormick comes back on tonight. So I'm gonna let it roll for another maybe hour or so. We'll see. So if you want to hang around here and chat and whatever. And thank you for watching.
First at 59 past the hour, it is 37
so I'm gonna let it roll.
Skies on this Sunday, February 22nd. Good morning, I'm Liz Randabali.
Winter weather alert. 77 WABC.
Just as the streets were clearing up, we're gearing up for another possible 1.5 feet of snow here in the city. A blizzard warning has been issued for all 5 boroughs of the city, Long Island, and much of New Jersey, as a nor'easter expects to dump heavy snow and bring strong winds. It's the first time we're getting a blizzard warning in nearly a decade. Out in New Jersey, the Monmouth County Sheriff says the recent rain has made the snow prep a bit difficult.
We are concerned with icing conditions as the temperature drops because we're unable to brine, pre-treat all our county roads here because of the rain.
Projected snow totals continue to rise and winds are expected to hit 55 miles per hour. The blizzard warning takes effect Sunday, lasting through Monday. President Trump says he's hiking his new global tariff to 15% the day after announcing a 10% worldwide duty on imported goods. John Terrett with the details.
In a post on Truth Social Saturday, Trump said he's taking the action after a thorough, detailed and complete review of what he called the ridiculous and extraordinarily anti-American decision on tariffs issued on Friday by the Supreme Court. The new global tariffs will be 15% across the board, up from 10% in just 24 hours. The High Court ruled on Friday the White House was unjustified in issuing sweeping tariffs under the Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEPA. Meanwhile, President Trump will likely come face-to-face with the justices who made the decision at the State of the Union on Tuesday if they attend.
They're barely invited. Honestly, I couldn't care less if they come.
President Trump says the new tariffs will take effect from February the 24th. John Terrett, 77 WABC News.
Governor Kathy Hochul says she feels reassured after speaking with President Trump about a potential ice surge in New York. The two spoke at the National Governors Association meeting, and Hochul recapped the conversation on Spectrum One.
He said, we're only going to go places where we're welcome, where they want to have us there. And he said, for example, New York, I'll only go there if Kathy wants me to come to the city. So that was actually pretty reassuring and rather unexpected in that environment.
Hochul says the Empire State will work with ICE when it comes to dangerous crime.
You know, we'll continue working with ICE as we have for decades when it comes to, people who committed crimes in their home country, committing crimes. My job is to keep New Yorkers safe.
The governor went on to say she thinks it's important to have a productive working relationship with the president, but told members of his administration to get ICE under control. New satellite images show dozens of U.S. fighter jets at a base in central Jordan prepared for possible strikes against Iran. Jim Forbes with more.
President Trump said Friday that he was considering a limited strike against Iran if it didn't make a deal to end its nuclear program. The New York Times says images captured Friday show more than 60 attack aircraft parked at the base in Jordan, which has become a key hub for the U.S. military. I'm Jim Forbes.
Police are investigating what they say was a terrorism-related incident in Nevada. Lisa Taylor reports.
Authorities say on Thursday a car crashed through the gate of a power substation near Las Vegas. Camila Bernal has details from Las Vegas.
The suspect referred to himself as a dead terrorist's son and stated he felt he had an obligation to carry out his act.
The suspect drove here from New York. Wire Reel stopped him after breaking through perimeter fencing of the facility on Thursday. The sheriff believes he then shot and killed himself.
In his rental car and hotel, police say they discovered a number of explosive materials, pipes, gas, and flamethrowers, and several books dealing with extremist ideologies. I'm Lisa Taylor. A frozen food manufacturer is recalling over 3 million pounds of chicken fried rice products. The recalled products were shipped to Trader Joe's locations around the United States and to retailers in Canada. The recall was initiated due to the product possibly containing glass. The recall was reported by the Department of Agriculture and involves frozen, not ready-to-eat chicken fried rice produced by Portland, Oregon-based Ajinomoto Foods between September 8th and November 17th. The items come in 20-ounce packages containing stir-fried rice, vegetables, chicken, eggs, and apparently glass. Now your forecast from the 77 WABC Weather Desk. A blizzard warning and a coastal flood warning, both in effect as a nor'easter hits the tri-state today. Light snow to start, then it picks up throughout the day with a high of 37. Later tonight and overnight, more snow and rain, low of 29 degrees. I'm Liz Randabali. Remember, the news, it never stops at WABCRadio.com. This is 77 WABC Newsroom Extra.
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani thinks NYPD retention problems are linked to too many responsibilities that have led to forced overtime.
We see at this point the NYPD responsible for responding to about 200,000 mental health calls a year.
Mamdani once again said that tasking mental health professionals with those calls through a Department of Community Safety is the way to go.
To ensure that police can focus on the work that they signed up to focus on, which is tackling violent crime across the city.
The mayor thinks problems with police retention is directly linked to too many extra duties.
Too much of that forced overtime has also come from a result of the ever-expanding number of responsibilities we've given to those officers.
It's Another Side of Midnight.
Political humorist TJ McCormick.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk Studios, here's TJ McCormick.
I'm gonna lower it for a minute because I don't want to get hit with a copyright notice. Let me just lower it for like 1 or 2 minutes. His intro is always I get hit with copyright notice for that. Out of everything, it's that. So just wait a couple of minutes. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. YouTube is copyright police. Hey, I'm trying to stay monetized in this video, but it's virtually all my live streams are impossible to stay monetized. Every live stream I have, except for the last one, believe it or not, the last one still has not got my last live stream has not gotten copyright noticed yet. But be sure YouTube is gonna find a little sound clip in there and say, yeah, we're taking all your money. You're not going to get ad money for this one. Seriously. It's like that. It's really...
We need better roads.
Okay, here we go.
They raised the bonds.
Okay, so it's the guest host.
Announcement. We're opening this road, but we have to collect a toll. Why do we have to collect a toll?
And the reason why I like the guest host, because he does touch on UFO and stuff like that. He's a very... he's written like I think he has a blog and stuff like that. Anyway, I forgot his name. Anyway, so that's why I'm going to leave him on.
The reason the tolls are still there is because there's a clause in every single charter of every toll road that says they can collect the tolls until and unless, in the opinion of this authority, it is necessary for safety reasons to build more road.
I appreciate it. Thank you for watching.
We can raise bonds and collect the toll until those bonds are paid off. In other words, as long as they're pouring concrete, they can build more road and collect the tolls. As long as they're pouring concrete, that is the key to our unhappiness. And again, I am fascinated by the fact, as are you, that in northern England, there are Roman roads that are 2,000 years old. They work just fine. There's no problem. In fact, the tolls do not go to repair the roads. The tolls primarily go for the bonds. In most states, the gasoline tax, that's what repairs the road. That's what you're up against. You think you're going to beat this? No, but it's criminal how much the difference is between 18-wheelers and 4-wheelers. 18-wheelers pay easily 10 times more for the same trip than 4-wheelers. Oh, and they're watching us. What's particularly scary to me, in your industry, nail salons, retirement homes, senior living homes, in your industry, it's normal for there to be conventions, conferences, they talk to each other in newsletters. Maybe you get a monthly newsletter. People who run the airports in America have a monthly newsletter. People who own car washes have a weekly newsletter called American Clean Car. Supermarket owners have Modern Grocer. These are vital publications to share information in the best way. Well, guess what? These crooks who run the toll roads in America, they also have a newsletter. It's called Tollway News. Tollway News. It's a daily. There's so much going on with these toll roads that you and I knew nothing about. There's so much going on that they need to talk to each other. And the stories are things like, yes, Denmark has finally agreed to toll their citizens $20 a mile. Yay! And they celebrate every new toll. They celebrate every additional toll road. Well, those are bad odds for us. If they're celebrating new toll roads and new tolls, that's tough for us. But it gets worse. They also study, according to Tollway News, which you can look up yourself. According to Tollway News, they also give strategies on how to get new legislation supporting tolls through local town councils, city councils. They're able to do all of that by communicating with each other. Here's what to do with an obstructionist mayor. If there's a mayor giving you a hard time, this is what's worked. If a city council is refusing to give you instant approval of your toll increase, this is what you can do. What does that mean? What it means to you and me, and I'm Walter Sterling. Good evening. I'm on the Red Apple Audio Network. You and I are sharing information about the horrors known as America's tolls. What puzzles me, I have never heard a politician say, if I'm elected, I'm going to get rid of the tolls. And that's stupid. Because what is the key point, the key relationship between you, me, and the government? It's the tolls. You probably go to work on a toll road. You see the toll every day. You give these clowns money every day. That is our primary relationship with the government. I can't stand it when I hear talk show hosts waste airtime talking about things that have nothing to do with our day, have absolutely nothing to do with our day. Today in Congress, somebody made a face at Donald Trump. Woo! Fox News reports, today somebody made a bad face at Donald Trump. Woo! Later on the 5. It has nothing to do with me. I have to deal with the government every time I have to pay a toll. That is my relationship with the government. I have to deal with the government every time I need to get a new driver's license to register my car, that my kid is having trouble in school at those government schools. That's the stupidest thing. Those are public schools. They are our public schools because they're locally run or state run. Don't get me started. Those are the issues, and those are very big deals. What you and I care about, it seems that too many in the media think it's unimportant. I'm going to go through what I think is important, see if any of this relates, see if you can relate to any of what I'm about to say. What's important to me is that when I get in the car in the morning, the check engine light doesn't go on. Now, I have a 9-year-old car. It wants to turn on the check engine light. Its fantasy is to turn on the check engine light. It wants to torment me with that. That's what it wants to do. That's the check engine light. When I open the basement door and I look down the steps, at the bottom of the steps, what do I see? If I see water, I'm terrified because I don't know where it came from. I don't know how to get rid of it. I don't know what's going on, but I'm damn sure of one thing. It will cause permanent damage to my home. It will impact the value of that home forever because they'll be looking for watermarks in the basement and in the ceiling, and they're going to find them. That affects me in a profound way. That, to me, is a big deal. When my baby Samantha comes home and she had a bad day at school and she won't tell me why, and I say to her, could I please see your homework? And she won't let me see it. And I'm like, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure your homework's good. No. And then she hides it. And then months later, after I've asked over and over again, finally I do get to see it. The curriculum book. What do they call it? No, the assignment book. Your kids have assignment books? Yeah, so she has an assignment book. When I see the assignment book, and I go through it page after page, her being in 5th grade, I go through it page after page after page. Have you ever done this with your kid? I'm not talking about your teenager's diary. Don't be stupid. Don't even waste your time. If you open up your teenager's diary, what are you going to see? What are you going to see? You're going to see something that will upset you. Promise. You will see something that will upset you. Why do that to yourself? Why volunteer for that? There's no reason for that. But I'm talking about a 12-year-old, an 11-year-old. When I open up her assignment book, what do I see? I see drawings, line drawings of figures, some of them stabbing each other, some of them hugging each other, some of them kissing each other. And then I turn the page and I see more figurines. And every page on both sides of her assignment book is showing, revealing, drawing. Not one word in that assignment book. And her job as a student was to write down her next assignment, to write down the next assignment. And she was so good at faking it that when she drew, it looked like she was writing. Yeah, okay, she was writing, but she wasn't writing words. Well, the problem here is she's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and she can't write. And it gets better. When I have said to her teachers over time, why can't she write her name? Oh, she can write. No, she can't. Oh, I've seen her write. No, you haven't. She can't write. She's such a good phony baloney that if a teacher looks over the classroom and sees my daughter scribbling, drawing in her assignment book, she's fooled. The teacher's fooled. They think that she can write. She can't write. And then I came, and I'm telling you this to share this with you, because I hope this never happens to you. I hope this never happens to you. I said to them, I want to see her writing. Could I see her writing? Oh, yes, she's a great writer. She writes wonderfully. And there I am with her special ed teacher. This is it.
All right. Hey, Todd, it's called Another Side of Midnight. Another Side of Midnight. Thank you.
Okay, let me see it. And they take out an iPad. And the iPad shows me a typed story that has been dictated into the iPad by the special ed teacher. Not only did my kid not handwrite anything, not only did my kid not dictate it into the iPad and have it translated into text, speech to text, very useful for you and me, but you and I can write. Those are the challenges. She couldn't write. And what do they do? What did the school system do? Sure, she can write. No, she can compose, and she dictates to you, and you are speech to text. That's what they tried to scam on me. That was the scam they tried to pull on me, to tell me that my daughter could write. Well, my daughter can't handwrite, and she could compose and say stuff to her special ed teacher, and then on conference day, what do? They reveal this to me as a fact that this kid can write.
Wow.
This is horrible.
Wow,
this is as bad as it gets.
The teachers are not paying attention.
And that had gone on for too long, and shame on me for not catching it sooner.
Wow.
But when a teacher says to me, sure, she can write, I believe she can write. One of the challenges that you and I have, having young children in school today, and good evening, I'm Walter Sterling, and you and I get to spend this time together. It's a magical time of day. Going from Saturday into Sunday, this is a special time, Sunday morning in America. Sunday morning in America. They don't do Sundays like this in the rest of the world. We're very good at breakfast.
I know.
Even serious gourmet types.
Same thing with Android.
Ramsey, they all admit that, well,
I know,
Americans
same thing with
really
Android.
do breakfast
Autocorrecting
first.
stuff. Oh,
yes, we do it first, but we do it best. That's what they know. They know that about us. These giant obscene breakfasts, we're very good at this. The toughest thing that you and I have to deal with as parents today is in our minds is a frame. And in that frame is a picture of what school looks
Copyright notice.
From when we were in school. When you and I were in school, there were certain things that we assume are still going on.
Okay, I gotta lower it. I'm trying not to get a copyright notice tonight. Oh my God. And he's actually playing hip hop. Oh my God. Oh my God. Anyway, I was hoping he'd talk about something else. I'm gonna be living around for a bit longer. Last night they were really into UFOs and UAPs and all that. And I was like, man, I should stream it, but it was already, past 1 something. I didn't want to start a stream at 1 something. But anyway, forget it. I should have done it, but I didn't. Because I fell asleep and I woke up around right before 1 o'clock. And I'm like, oh my God, I forgot to. Okay. All right, so they're on break now. Okay, yeah. Yes, I don't know. I'm probably gonna do one more stream, and then midnight I will be doing a 30-day live stream, 24/7, and all of those episodes. If you go to WABC website, they are archived. Todd, they are archived. So if you go to WABCradio.com and go to TJ McCormick, because he's guest hosting for TJ McCormick. So if you go to TJ McCormick or the Another Side of Midnight, and yesterday's should be there. It should be there. I believe they do have you can hear the replay. So yeah, I will go to the website and look up TJ McCormick. Yeah, I know. I do too. That's why I like you listen to UFO stuff and all that. I remember as a kid, I used to buy Omni magazine because they would post pictures of UFO sightings in there. Of course, some of them would look like they were hoax, but I was always fascinated about that. And then I remember as a kid, I saw this movie about this couple that got abducted. And it was pretty wild. I was like, man, wow. And of course, the movie Closing Count of the Third Kind, that movie. Because of course I remember the soundtrack. So yeah. So I was always fascinated with UFO. And I really believe that we're not alone. We're not alone. There's definitely more intelligent species than us. Definitely. Because, things like the pyramids and all that. I believe that some of that stuff was alien technology that, we're talking about, I don't want to, you know what I mean? You know, bro, you know. copyright. I'm really trying to keep it copyright notice free. Oh, God. Oh, still playing music. Let me wait another minute. I can sing it. We don't need no. All right, here we go.
Isn't it interesting when you come home at this?
Still playing in the background. Yeah, so yeah, you can go to WABCradio.com and look it up, and you should be able to. I believe they archive the shows.
So moralistic. No, I'm a chemist. You taking off my coat because I just came in to spend time with you. Now, I would tell you the difference between school when you and I were in school and today. It's important to know, especially if you have kids, or in your case, great-great-grandchildren. Here's the difference. It's about management of time. There's a phrase that you and I did not hear when we were in school. It was called executive functioning. Executive functioning. Executive functioning is the ability to determine what is most important first, and then to hit it on time, to get it done on time. That requires both a sixth sense of time, the passage of time, and also discretion, the ability to look at 5 or 6 assignments and know what is the most important. Often, who made that sound? Often, it is because of time. Let me start again. Hello, Walter Sterling, Red Apple Audio Network. Good evening. This is our time.
By the way, Todd, I believe he also has a blog. Walter Sterling, that's his name. That's the guest host for tonight. Walter Sterling. So I believe he has a blog also that he talks about all that and everything. So if you want to, you can Google that too.
Which requires a sensation and understanding of the passage of time.
All right.
But also it requires judgment. What's the most important thing?
Yeah, Walter Sterling. Or Walter R. Sterling. Anyway, Walter Sterling.
The longest. It is, there are many factors, but it comes down to judgment. The teacher said this was due on Monday. She seemed very serious about it. It's a big assignment. It's going to take me a long time. I better start as soon as possible. That's executive functioning. Well, boys and girls, it turns out that executive functioning successfully is a plague of failure in our public schools. A plague. When my first kid came home in first or second grade and with notes about how they're doing, it said challenged with executive functioning. And that's when I learned what the phrase was. Well, now that I've spent some time with these damn schools, I know why executive functioning is a problem, because it is not taught. Well, how the hell do you teach that? Hard deadlines. When you were in school, right when they had that big stove in the middle of the room, the big potbelly stove in the middle of the room, when you were in school, the teacher said, this is due at noon on Tuesday. And when was it due? Noon on Tuesday. You needed to learn how to hit the mark of noon on Tuesday. That's what you had to do. Those don't exist anymore. Now, what I'm going to share with you, you're going to go, oh, don't be crazy, Walter Sterling. That's insane. I'm not crazy. Kid comes home. I have this assignment due Tuesday. You have it done due Tuesday. It's going to be hard to make it. Oh, but I can get the teacher to change their mind. You can what? I can get the teacher to change their mind. You can negotiate the deadline? Oh, yeah. It happens all the time. I can turn it in Thursday instead of Tuesday. How the heck does that work? Well, I'll just go to him and I'll say, I really need more time on this, and they'll give me more time. I'm not talking about special ed accommodations. I'm talking about normies, and that they don't need accommodations, don't need a formal accommodation. They need to see the paper in on Tuesday. Any kid in most classrooms today can negotiate the deadline for any project, any exam, any reading, anything Oh, I have to go to the dentist Tuesday. Oh, I have to go ice skating Friday. I have to go to my dance class today. I can't do it. I need more time. When you were in school, and I'm not saying this was better, but I'm saying there wasn't a problem with executive functioning. When you were in school, if dance class was going to get in the way of the homework, dance class was canceled. You didn't go to dance class. You stayed home and got the homework done. That is how you learn executive functioning, time management, priorities. That's how you learn it. They don't teach it anymore. What else don't they teach? Cursive handwriting. Third grade was committed to cursive handwriting. You're not writing many checks. There's very little need for it, and it's fine. It would be good to teach reading it, but to waste 6 months teaching how to write it, and then the girls always doing better than the boys seems unfair. There was always one girl who was a poet in her soul, who dressed a little prettier than the other girls, who had a few extra ribbons, and she had magnificent handwriting. Remember her, Robin? She had the most magnificent handwriting. It was art. Could have framed hers. Meanwhile, me, left-handed man, good luck reading anything I wrote. No, I didn't go to one of those schools where you were punitive toward lefties, but it was a challenge. The whole environment, the whole system is punitive toward lefties, isn't it? Good luck to those of you who have wondered, writing in a spiral-bound notebook. Because I'm an artist. Or a 3-ring binder. For me, writing how do lefties have to write in a 3-ring binder? Easy. We had to open it up, take out the sheet of paper, you got awesome and then close it back. In print, and then as their hand went over the ink, even ballpoint penning, not fountain penning, the way you had it back when Grandpa took you to school in the horse-drawn carriage. My son, on the other hand, no. It would drag the ink across the paper, and our hands would have that nice blue paint job on the side of the hand. It was a pain in the butt to be left-handed. I also found out scary things about lefties. They're more prone to depression. They're more prone to sadness. I don't know why. I always felt I had the right parents. My parents always made me feel that I was special because I was left-handed, that I was magical because I was left-handed. I hope your parents did that too. There's nothing wrong with being left-handed. Did I have to say that? Did I just mansplain that on this radio network? The Red Apple Audio Network, Walter Sterling. I have an email. It's waltermsterling@gmail. Every company I've worked with has refused to give me a corporate email. I don't know why, but I've never gotten one. Maybe the Red Apple Audio Network will give me an actual email address so I don't have to keep promoting Google. But anyway, until that happens, it's waltermsterling@gmail, waltermsterling@gmail. There are other things that are not happening in school today that you don't know about. Because the kid doesn't know it's supposed to be there. They're not taught how to read an analog clock. If you say to most kids, hey, this is going to happen at the top of the hour. They're listening to the radio and the DJ goes, hey, this will happen at the top of the hour. They have no idea what you're talking about. Well, this is a bottom of an hour thing. No, they have no idea what you're talking about. It is essential to tell children today digital time. What is digital time? They can read that. They can't read an analog round clock. They don't teach it anymore either. But it gets more exciting.
No, they do teach it. My son, they taught him that.
Analog time. Over there. Oh.
Analog clock.
So they don't have hard deadlines.
So that's not.
They don't have.
My son had to learn the analog clock setting.
They don't have phys ed the way you remember.
The big hand is the minute. The small hand is the hour.
They don't have to climb the rope anymore. They don't have to do cat's cradle on the high bar. They don't have to do parallel bars anymore. In fact, they don't have to do anything. All the kid has to say is, I don't want to do it. They don't need a parent note anymore. They don't have mandatory swimming anymore. When I was in high school, in order to graduate, I had to be able to dive into the pool and swim across it, and then I could graduate. I could never do it. I can swim, but I cannot dive. I can't put my head first. Some wacky problem, I don't know, some psychiatry problem, but I cannot put my head first and dive. Can you?
Wow. I would have failed because I can't swim.
There are also new sports you didn't know about.
Oh
yes,
my
there's
God.
pickleball. They actually do play pickleball. There's actually ultimate frisbee. Ultimate frisbee. Ultimate frisbee is a great sport because in the rules, you can't shove anybody. You can't touch anybody. You can't hurt anybody. That's a good rule. And then when is the game over? When everybody's tired. That's what we want. They still have, I'm just going over the things quickly in my head. Oh, the other thing they don't have, this will sound stupid, but it's something I miss. I don't know why the hell do I miss this. The aroma of a mimeograph machine. There's no teacher, much less any student, who knows what a mimeograph machine is. I'm not going to bore you with that, and I'm not going to screw up my demographics by going into that. But there are no more mimeograph machines. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. I had a teacher who did something, no, nothing like that, who did something that would have gotten her fired today for sure. In my 6th grade class at Jefferson School in Maplewood, New Jersey, there was a blonde girl. We had never seen a blonde girl before. Those schools in Maplewood were filled with Irish Catholics, Italians, and Jewish kids. There were no blondes in there. In 6th grade, the most exotic and remarkable thing appeared in our 6th grade, Christine. Christine appeared. Unclear where she came from, not of this earth. Christine, I guess, was attractive enough. She had a huge personality, big personality, and blonde hair. What? White blonde hair. It was like one of the Morlocks. No, it was like one of the Eocs or whatever in the time machine, the Rod Taylor time machine, which was the correct one. Why? Because Yvette Mimieux was running around in a loincloth. You remember Yvette. Of course you do. You had terrible thoughts about her that are respectable. What? All right, so Christine would kind of tease me and my friend Jeff and kind of make fun of me and my friend Jeff. And she'd kind of give us a hard time. She was an interesting girl because in 6th grade she could give every boy a hard time. That was also something I had not experienced before, but it's something I admired even at the time. Well, one day, our teacher, next to our classroom...
All right, let me know that. When he talked about mimeograph, I don't remember that. I do remember Rexograph. Man, there's still 3 people watching anyway. Who cares? I remember Rexograph. I remember the smell of the ink. Oh my God, I used to smell all those sheets like crazy. So anybody out there know what I'm talking about? When I was a kid in school, they used to give us Rexograph. You could trace over it and stuff like that. I guess they used to trace over it. But, when they give us a copy, oh, my God, I used to love the smell of it. Oh, my God, I was, like, hooked on that smell. Oh, you had that, too? Okay, we had that in grade school. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, grade school. Yeah, Rexograph. That's what I remember the name, because he said mimeograph. I'm like, that's older. Mimeograph is older. But I remember Rexograph. And it was like a blue ink, like a purplish ink. Like a dark purple ink or something like that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You hit it on the head, bro. Todd, yeah. Yeah, so once the copy machine came out, that ended. So, yeah, basically, Xerox put them out of business. Because, of course, I believe the first copy machine was from Xerox. That's where they got the term Xerox from. Oh, we got to Xerox this. But, yeah, that's right. So, yeah, so that was definitely in the 70s. I believe even the early 80s. But like early 80s. I remember Rexograph. But I definitely remember that. And of course, yeah, you're right. The copy machine killed all that. Exactly. Yeah.
Like they use in supermarkets. And I got pink paper.
But I used to love the smell of it. Oh my God. And
I'd slip them to her. And sometimes, if I was lucky, she'd write back.
In fact, I'll take a step further. Of course, you know, when I was young, we used to write graffiti. We used to write graffiti, right? So we used to take that Rexograph sheet, you know, the bottom sheet, the one that has all the ink in there, the one that and we would soak that. I would put a little alcohol on there and soak it and pour it in a like a little glass container. And then we would have, I don't know if you ever heard of this marker. It's the fat tip marker. It's a real fat tip marker. And we would use that as ink for our markers to write graffiti. So the Rexograph ink, we would actually use that. Because we were broke, writing graffiti. Oh my God! But the Rexograph, the sheet, not the sheet that's copied, but the sheet that has all the ink. Oh my God! We just soak it in alcohol, whatever, and use that as ink. Of course, I know I don't promote vandalism. Please don't vandalize, especially people's property. Don't write graffiti, please. You're gonna write graffiti, put it in a canvas, okay? Or do digital art. Hello, Nash, Stu Miller, 9758. Hello, hope you're doing well, my friend. All right, so back, he got me with that mimeograph thing. Oh my God.
Really that good.
Sorry.
In her drawer were 2 of my notes to Caroline, maybe more. I recognized the paper because, you see, she had walked through the aisle one day right when I was passing one of these pieces of paper to Caroline, and just very discreetly, and I'll give her credit for that, she didn't make a big scene, she just very discreetly put that big hand down and grabbed that piece of paper and took it away. Now maybe she did that with you with your kazoo, your slinky, your Jew's harp, the pen you weren't supposed to have because you were only supposed to use pencils. Whatever it was, she would very discreetly reach down, pull it out, and then go back to her hostage drawer, where all things that were not supposed to be in her classroom were preserved for the whole school year. Then at the end of the school year, she said, if there's anything in my drawer that you feel is actually yours and you should have, please let your parents know to come pick them up. Whoa. Compounding it, raising her game. She was raising her game that the parents could come and pick it up. She wasn't keeping it. She was not stealing it. Wasn't saying you couldn't have it, but you weren't going to be getting it back. Mrs. W. There are other things that they do in school now that that are new. That are new. That I want nothing to do with. That really, it wasn't better then. I'm never one of these people who said, well, it was better then. No, it wasn't better then. The single dumbest rule that is creeping across our country, creeping meatballism, it's attacking us like the Blob in a bad 1950s movie. You know what it is? This nonsense about denying children their cell phones. A 12-year-old does not have a cell phone. A 12-year-old has a cell phone given to them by their parents. 12-year-olds don't buy cell phones. Parents do, and parents give it to their kids. Those are technically, legally, the parents' cell phones. You have appropriated the parents' cell phone and repurposed it. That's what's happening in public schools. Big mistake. Those kids need that phone. There are many, many kids who get very anxious if they can't reach whoever, very anxious if they can't see whatever. Those aren't your phones. Those are the parents' phones. How about that, kids? My name is Walter Sterling, and this is the Red Apple Audio Network.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. My son is 11. He's in the 5th grade. He doesn't have his own phone yet. Of course, he uses my wife's phone all the time. That's what he just uses her phone all the time. But I think this time next year, he's going to have his cell phone. Just because, just in case, you never know. So I think by this time next year, he's going to have a cell phone. He's going to have his own phone. But of course, in Yonkers, when you go to school, in the classroom, they take the cell phone, they put it in a temporary, and then at the end of the school day, they get it back. But yeah. Todd, our teachers were burning. I'm going to call you Todd because our teachers were. But I finally you put the name Todd, so I'm going to call you Todd. And I hope you don't mind that. Our teachers were burning the machine up burning the machine up, using them so much. Yeah, I know Rex. Oh my God, he's bringing me so much memories about that Rexograph. Yeah, so definitely. I think my next year, my son is gonna have his phone because of course, I take him to school right now. I walk him to school and all that. I don't really trust. I don't trust my son. My son's school is 2 blocks away from my house. The problem is that they're right down the block. There's an intersection, and there's one stop sign going one way, but the other way there's no stop sign. And I complained many times. I called quite a few times to the city to put a freaking stop sign there on the other corner. So that intersection is scary. These people be zooming by there, and that's what I'm afraid of. It's me. I have to walk with a head on a swivel. And I moved to Yonkers. In the Bronx, I understand people are just freaking nuts. But when I came to Yonkers, I thought it was going to be more. It is a little more laid back, but the driving is I see people's cars zoom through down that intersection, and I'm thinking, oh my God, God forbid, So that's what scares me. It's really that. It's just the driving. The driving has gotten worse over the years. Because of course they're giving out licenses. They're giving out licenses like it's toilet paper now. So my son has to cross that street. And then the other street is okay because that's the school zone. So what they do is they have a school crossing guard there and all that. And then when they get dismissed, they close up half of the street. So it's not, so dismissal I'm not worried about. Actually, not even, I'm talking about the street in front of the school is blocked off basically. Or there's always a school guard, crossing guard. But the street that's right outside, right down the block, that intersection, there's nobody there. There's only one stop sign when there should be 2 stop signs. And there isn't. There's one stop sign going one way, but the other way, there's no stop sign. And that's the part that really infuriates me. And that's a 2-way street with no stop sign. So that means he has to watch traffic from both sides, even though there's no stop sign. And I've seen cars many times zoom by without even slowing down because there's no stop sign there. It drives me crazy. In fact, I witnessed people almost getting hit there in that intersection. If that's from what I know. In fact, there's been a couple of people that have gotten hit there, but I never witnessed it. This is before I moved here. But definitely, I witnessed cars zooming by, and I actually flipped, cursed them out a few times. Like, yo, fucking slow down, motherfucker! What the fuck? What's your fucking rush? Shit like that. I go off on them. I don't care, bro. I fucking go off on them when they came. I said, yo, what the fuck, bro? Like, what's the fucking rush? I fucking go crazy on them. I don't care, bro. Todd, luckily my grade school was 500 feet away. Yeah. When I went to school, we only had one street to cross, but it was a one-way street, and they had stop signs. So, I was okay. But my son, the street down there is a 2, even though it's a narrow street, is a 2-way street. Because in Yonkers, it's crazy. They have some streets that are very narrow, but they're 2-way streets. Like, I never heard that before when I lived in the Bronx. We never had two-way streets that were that are made for one-way street. That street down there is built is a one-way. Originally, it was a one-way street, but I don't know who the hell decided to make it into a two-way street. It's just crazy. Todd, tonight at gas station, idiot pulled up to the front door and parked right in front of the handicap hash. Marks were handicapped. And that's crazy. Hopefully that's storm. Well, I mean, no, I'm gonna say the good. I'm optimistic about it because temperatures are gonna be above freezing. In fact, it might even go in. It's gonna be above freezing. So I think a lot of the snow is gonna melt within the next couple of days. So, it's just gonna be slushy. My wife has to work in the morning. So on her way back tomorrow night, later on tonight, it's gonna be slushy. And then on Monday she's off on Monday, so I think she'll be okay. But yeah, so I think it's gonna be more slushy. Because last storm we had, even though we had about a foot of snow, the problem was we had that cold snap for like 2 weeks. Remember, it was always below freezing. We didn't even break 25 degrees for over a week, I remember. But this time around, it's been always in the upper 30s, above freezing. So I think this time around, even though we might get done with snow, it's not going to be as bad as the last time. So there you go.
And it wasn't factory installed. They were all dealer installed,
yeah.
Which is why they were all clunky. But that was the most you could spend. And now, I was shopping for cars the other day for a used car. And I'm looking at what they're getting for used cars with 80, 90,000 miles. They're going for $30,000, $35,000. And we're not talking fancy here. We're talking Miatas and Mazdas and other really ugly cars, which brings me to the key issue. Apparently, no American car manufacturer makes sedans. If you want sedans, you're going to have to get one from Toyota. But you're not going to get one from Cadillac. Whoa, Walter, of course Cadillac makes sedans. No. And you're not going to get one from Ford. They don't make sedans. All they all make are those hideous hatchback, what are they, SUVs, SVUs, whatever they are, they're the ugliest things. There's no such thing as a beautiful, elegant hatchback. And therefore, I was shocked when I learned that Porsche makes a hatchback. Why would Porsche do what they had to do to destroy the image of that magnificent car to make a hatchback? And if I had the money for a Porsche hatchback, I wouldn't want it because I don't want my kids in a Porsche. They'll just mess it up. They'll draw things. They'll spill things.
And that's what we have here, Honda. That's all we ever had was Honda. Hondas are very reliable cars. All the Hondas we had, all of them way over in the warranty. 10, 15 years. Knock on wood. I'm sorry, because we have one now, and so far so good. I say Honda. Mazda too. We never owned a Mazda, but Honda definitely. I can vouch for Honda. Honda, top notch, reliable. There you go.
To hear apparent lie is to.
Oh, you have a TSX Acura. Nice.
Fall asleep last night.
Yeah.
They will tell you the imaginary time that the kid is supposed to fall asleep. Oh, 8 o'clock. Kid was in bed and asleep by 8 o'clock. Never happens. That never happens. They tell you the imaginary time. And then here's how you bust them. You ready? Did the kid go to bed at 8 o'clock last night? Well, last night was different. Oh, why? Aunt Susan came in from Minnesota, and she brought cheese. Oh, the kids are so excited about cheese when they go to bed then. Well, Aunt Susan brought a lot of cheese. It was probably 11:45. Oh, kid went to bed at 11:45. The kid goes to bed at 11:45 every night. And then the next lie is, does the kid still sleep with you? No. We set that up. We had sleep rules right away. We used sleep rules right away. The kid had to be in her own bed by the age of 1. She was in her own bed by the age of 1. She's gone to bed in that nonsense. My 3 daughters slept with us till they were 11. And there was a little crossover there. I had one that was 11, and her sister was like 2. Now both of them were sleeping in bed with us, except I wasn't sleeping in bed with them anymore. I moved down the hall. I had to move my quarters down the hall. Then you read all these contradictory stories. You've read these about, is it bad for children to share a parent's bed? Or is it really good for a child to share a parent's bed? Does it help them feel secure with the world? Do they have more confidence that they're sleeping in their parents' bed than if they were sleeping alone? Nobody knows. Every kid's different. That's the most important thing about child rearing, right? Every kid's different. There's no, you do this and there will be no trouble. Because it always never factors in individual personalities. There are things that your kid is born with that you had nothing to do with. And it doesn't matter what you do. I believe that parents are like bumper cars, like the bumper cars at an amusement park. Your kids are in the bumper cars. They're driving around. And every now and then they lose sight of where they're going and they hit the bumper in the amusement park, the big piece of foam rubber or rubber, and it bounces them back into the center of the rink, right? I believe that's what parents are like. Your kids are going to bounce around and do things and do some smart things and do some stupid things. And every now and then, you as a parent have to push the kid back into the middle of the action, get them away from being at the extreme edges of the, but that's a gentle process. It should be a gentle thing. That's what I believe parenting is. They are born with a lot of instincts and a lot of instincts. Worst mistake parents make, not the worst, but a mistake that any parent can make is assuming they actually know stuff. Kids don't know anything. Everything is taught. Everything is learned. They're all a sponge 24 hours a day. I have to teach them. That's what my job is as a parent. My job is to teach them. Which brings us to Jeffrey Epstein. Please tell me how 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old young women could get on a private jet and fly 6 hours away from mommy and daddy and spend a week or 10 on a bizarro world island with really old, creepy guys like Prince Andrew. Oh, he was arrested? Why, yes. And now, not only is he no longer a prince, he's homeless. Because the King Charles, he kept downgrading his accommodations. Now I think it's pretty much, you have no accommodations, buddy. This is what happens when mom dies. The favorite son, he was the favorite son. He was the favorite son, building resentment among all of his peers. But about the parents, where were their parents? How did that happen? Because you and I have one job. The words right out of my mouth, bro. Our job is to know where our daughters are. Are they safe? Who are they with? And what are they doing? And when are they coming home? That's our job. Oh, well, they had terrible parents. Horrible. Yeah, by definition that those parents didn't know that, didn't know where they were and what they were doing. Yes, they had horrible parents. Didn't notice the kid wasn't home for more than an hour. No, they didn't notice the kid wasn't home for days.
Yeah.
For days.
All weekend, right?
Every parent of the Jeffrey Epstein kids needs to be in jail.
There you go. He just said it. But bro, he just said it right there. Let me read the Todd. He was arrested for transferring government information out. Exactly. But by the way, exactly. I'm going to say it again. And he said it. He just said it right now. Yeah, you're 14, 15 years. Believe me, I grew up around a lot of people that had a lot of liberties. When I was 14 years old, I couldn't stay out all night. I couldn't stay out all night when I was 14, when I was 15. No, I could stay out a little later. Not all night, not all weekend. No. So it goes back to, I know, I'm sorry. I know people say, well, No. I'm not defending anything. what I'm saying is these young girls, whatever, their parents failed them before that happened. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's it. That's what I'm saying. Because, exactly, Todd. If I wasn't home by 6 p.m., I was in trouble. And same here for a lot of years. But, but for me, when I was 14 and 15, I could stay out till about 10 o'clock. Probably around 10 o'clock. And I was pushing it. Really 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Basically sundown. That's what my mother told me. When the sun goes down, you come inside. When the sun goes down, you come inside. So, like at summertime, even though we didn't have school, I still had to be in the house by right before 10 o'clock. So, yeah. So these girls that were staying out all weekend, their parents were troubled parents. They already failed them. That's my point. So, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Starts now.
77 WABC News, first at 59 past the hour. Upper 30s and cloudy skies this Sunday, February 22nd. Good morning, I'm Liz Randabali. New York City is getting ready for a blizzard. It's happening Sunday night into Monday. Sanitation crews are preparing snowplows and salting ahead of the storm, with 5,000 workers set to be on 12-hour shifts and thousands of vehicles ready to clear the streets. The mayor also says a decision will come around noontime regarding if city schools will be open.
The forecast has been changing day after day. We saw on Friday there was an expectation that the likelihood was that we were going to face maybe 3 to 4 inches of snow. Quickly that then changed, and we're now looking at a blizzard. So we want to make sure that we make a decision based on up-to-date and accurate information.
Forecasters predict light snow will move through the area Sunday morning, then pick up speed throughout the afternoon with heavy snow, strong winds, and whiteout conditions possible into Monday morning. The snow should taper off by midday Monday. New Jersey will be under a state of emergency starting today at noon.
Hello, Goro. Or Rogo 88 wrong. What am I wrong about? I don't understand. What am I wrong about? That the parents failed to care. I'm not absolving Epstein of anything. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that where were the parents of these girls for them to take off for a weekend or whatever the hell it is? You understand? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that, they're not victims. I'm not saying that they, whatever. And I'm not saying that Epstein is, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that as a parent, I'm a parent. My son is not going to stay out all night at 14 or 15. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It will not happen. That's my point. Now, you're talking about now switch genders. My daughter staying out all night at 14? No, it's not gonna, hell no, it's not going to happen. You see what I'm saying? It ain't going to happen. That's my point. So these parents are just as much guilty as he is for neglect. And there you go. That's what I'm trying to say.
Images captured on Friday show more than 60 attack aircraft parked at the base in Jordan.
So anyway, there you go, Joe Robio 88.
President Trump is raising his global terror.
And hello, Madden K4J. Hope you're doing well, my friend. And Joe Rogo 88. Hope you're doing well, my friend.
On different countries.
Welcome to the live stream, my friend. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you guys have a wonderful week. We're going to get dumped with some snow here, but we're going to be all right because at least the temperature is going to be above freezing. So I think it's going to melt within a few days.
As the State of the Union address this Tuesday, February 24th. Technical problems with NASA's Artemis II rocket will likely delay an upcoming mission to the moon. Rory O'Neill reports.
One day after reporting a successful dress rehearsal for launching their mission to the moon, NASA now says helium isn't flowing as designed in the upper stage of the SLS rocket. To make repairs, engineers are preparing to roll the rocket off the launch pad and back inside the massive vehicle assembly building at the Kennedy Space Center, a job that NASA says will, quote, almost assuredly impact the March launch window. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Okay, this SLS rocket is full of problems. It kind of reminds me of the Challenger mission that blew up. They had so many problems, but they had to try to, they kind of rush it out there. And of course, you know what happened with Challenger. You know, it blew up and, you know, it was a disaster. So this SLS rocket is like a doom to fail. So many problems with it already. You know, it's like, wow. I mean, really, it's just all I hear about the SLS is a problem. And I think part of it is because they have solid propellant. They're still using the solid propellant boosters when they should go back to, you know, for example, the Saturn V. Remember the Saturn V, you know, went to the moon, right? It was all, you know, it wasn't solid propellant. It was, you know, liquid oxygen, right? Or hydrogen, whatever. I can't remember right now what it was. Yeah. It was not solid propellant. The problem with solid propellant, problem with solid propellant is once you light that sucker up, it's like a skyrocket. It's a big, full of, you know, a skyrocket. That's it. You cannot shut it down. When you launch a solid propellant rocket, it's a skyrocket. You know, like one of those, remember model rockets? When you put a little model rocket engine, what is in there? It's solid propellant. That's a solid propellant. And that sucker lights up, and it's not going to go off until all the propellant is burned off. So this SLS rocket, I believe, is solid propellant. And that's the problem. It has so many issues. You know? My thing is, why can't they just redesign? If you have so much trouble, why can't they just redesign the Saturn V? You see what I'm saying? And that's what I'm start thinking, okay, you know, when people talk about going to the moon is a hoax, I'm not saying that. But again, it makes you think, why can't they just make another Saturn V rocket that worked and send it to the moon? Am I wrong here? Am I wrong here, people? Tell me that. Instead of this SLS rocket, remake the Saturn V. And just launch that sucker. Well, of course, with all new electronics and everything. You know, Saturn V with all new electronics, right? Just make it work. Why are we abandoning that Saturn V? It worked, how long ago now? 50 years plus? 1969. Are you kidding me? We can't just remake the Saturn V and just use that? Because it worked. Instead of messing around with this solid propellant bullshit. I mean, seriously, I'm tired of hearing about the SLS. I'm sorry, people. I'm just having a little meltdown right now because of stupid SLS shit. Sorry. Apologize. Hello, Jace Farley. I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry I wasn't on here last night. I overslept. And, of course, today I came on late because my phone needed to be charged. So I apologize. And thank you, Jace Farley, for being here. I appreciate it.
Heavily in Cleveland.
So we're hearing Walter Sterling now. He's in for TJ McCormick. Man, you know, he's interesting. Last night they were talking about UFOs. Unfortunately, he's talking about other stuff right now. So I'm going to be on for a little longer. I don't know how long, but, you know, hey, I'll be on.
I'll keep you up
and thank you for watching.
As best I can, which actually is pretty well.
No music.
There are
TJ McCormack.
Music. No music. I'm trying to keep it copyright notice free until my 30-day live stream. And by the way, in case you guys don't know, I will be doing a 30-day live stream starting March 1st at midnight. And I'm going to go as long as I can. I'm going to let it roll. And that's it. 30 days, all the way till March 30th. I've been doing research on it. Not many people have done it. And a few people has done it. They're pretty big. I'm just going to keep it at that. They're pretty big. It's going to be elite company. If I can survive 30 days straight, 24/7 live streaming. Of course, I will be sleeping, and I will be, of course, I have to take a shower, and I have to, use the bathroom and all that. But during any other time before that, of course, I got to step outside here and there. Now, you won't see that because I'll have to put it on some kind of, maybe point out a radio and leave it there for hours while I rejuvenate and sleep, or put the weather channel thingy. So far, I haven't got a copyright notice on that weather channel thingy. So maybe I could leave it on that screen or things like that. I gotta do a couple of more things before that. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing a 30-day live stream, people. So it's not. It's gonna happen, bro. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go as long as I can. Yeah, weather, what is it called? Weather, Jesus Christ, I can't remember off the top of my head what it's called. Weather Star 4000. Yeah, Weather Star 4000. They also have a Weather Star 3000, which is the older one, which is the one from the 80s. And that one has no music, no nothing. So maybe I could put that one on when I'm not on, so I don't get hit with copyright notice. Weather Star 3000. That one has no music, no audio. It's just weather. But it's not as graphical. It's just text. So let me see. Let me see what I do. So Weather Star 3000 and Weather Star 4000 is the one you saw the other day. And there you go. He's playing music. Why is he? I don't want to hit music now. No. In fact, I saw someone on TikTok tonight. He had the Weather Star 4000 website up, and he was taking requests. People were asking, "Oh, can you put the weather in my area?" And people were typing in their city and state, and he would type it in there, and he had like 40 people watching. I could do that here. I could take that weather thing, put it right here on the short, and tell people, you want me to look up your weather information? Just type it in the comment. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Maybe I'll do that during the 30-day live stream for a while. If I stay on during that time, can you put on teletype? Oh, you want to hear you want to hear 10-10 wins? Let me see what he's talking about, because I'm about to change.
And I see that the big push is for Marco Rubio and Ron.
Okay, so today he's not talking about UFO. Last night, the reason why I have him on right now, because last night he was talking about UFOs and stuff like that. But today he's not talking about any of that. So you know what? You want to hit 10-10 wins? Here you go. I'll leave it on 10-10 wins for a while. So, oh shoot, sorry, I turned off the radio. So anyway, I just turned it back on. So for those of you that don't know by now or haven't been, 10-10 wins has the teletype in the background on the AM station, not the FM station and not the streaming feed, but on AM they do have the teletype. So yeah. Danny, Lizzie, Young, hello. Hello, chat. There you go. My wife said, "What the hell is he doing down there right now?"
Correspondent Ian Panel.
Okay,
President
you hear it?
Trump
There you go. I let it play for a
tariffs
while.
just a day after the Supreme Court ruled that much of the president's tariff policy is unlawful.
The president called Friday's ruling extraordinarily anti-American. Then he said he would hike import tariffs to what he called a fully allowed and legally tested 15%. The Supreme Court's ruling had cited Trump's use of the 1977 Economic Emergency Powers Act. So the president immediately imposed a 10% levy under a different statute. Then he raised it less than 24 hours later to the new level of 15%. This new rate is temporary. It's allowable for only 150 days.
And that's CBS's Linda Kenyon. It's a sad day for old-time baseball fans, especially fans of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Here's a swing and a high fly ball going deep left. That's how you do it. Back to the wall goes Barry. It is over the big home run. The Pirates win.
That's one of the most famous home runs in baseball history. Bill Mazeroski of the Pirates hitting a home run against the Yankees in the bottom of the ninth, Game 7 of the 1960 World Series, to beat the Bombers 4-3. Mazeroski has died on Friday. The announcement from the Pirates, no cause of death given. Mazeroski was also a Hall of Fame second baseman who won 8 Gold Glove Awards. He was a good hitter, but not a great one. Never hit 300, but his advocates for the Hall of Fame cited his defense. He was good with that glove, and that's what put him in the Hall of Fame. Bill Mazeroski was 89. The 2026 Olympic Games, the Winter Games, coming to a close this weekend, but not before the U.S. men's hockey team plays Canada for the gold.
Up the middle, Trump, Oreskey, rocket goal!
The U.S. men's hockey team punched their ticket to Sunday's gold medal game. It's a dominant win over Slovakia in the semifinals.
I think we gotta get a USA team. We can't leave it out there.
Team USA hasn't brought home the gold since that miracle on ice in 1980.
This is everything that we've all dreamed of since we were kids. And you're not just playing for yourself.
Excuse me, sorry. I'm sorry. Todd, surprised people aren't calling in to say what's that noise. No, I think you got to understand the demographic. I think they know the demographic that listens to AM radio, like 1010 wins. They know there's going to be a lot of people like older like us that wanted to hear the teletype. I mean, I love it. I love the teletype in the background. I freaking love it. I love it. I was happy when a few days ago I was tuning in overnight. I was like, oh my God, that's the teletype. They brought it back because I think it was during the pandemic. They finally shut it off. I'm glad they brought it back. And I'm glad they didn't put it on FM. Because you know what I like about that move? That they, according to Tasso, I'm going to use his word. It distinguishes the AM station to the FM station. Remember, the AM station is the big dog. Is the AM station. Overnight, remember, this is the clear channel. This is a clear channel, by the way. This is a clear channel. So 1010 wins can be heard quite far. So the fact that if they bring back the teletype is awesome. It's amazing. I freaking love it. I love it. I love it. I think they played all years back. No, they did. That was the hallmark of this radio station. It was the teletype. But what happened? I think during the pandemic they shut it off. They I don't know what happened. They shut it off for a couple of years or so. Whatever. It was. I think it was around the pandemic or something. And I didn't notice it until I was like, oh my God, I don't hear the teletype no more. But I'm glad they brought it back. I'm glad they brought it back. So, I got a couple of comments on it that I believe there was a couple of news stations around the country that had a teletype in the background and they no longer have it. So they were like, wow, that's pretty cool that they brought it back. Some people say, I read comments on Discord. It's stupid. No, it's not stupid. It's nostalgic. It's what separates 1010 wins from 92.3. You can go listen to 92.3 on my FMDX web server. You're not going to hear that. But that's what distinguishes this one from that one. Because it's no longer relevant. It doesn't matter. I just like to hear it. Just like I still listen to Radio Reloj out of Cuba. I'm streaming. I put it on my phone and I listen to it at night. I'm streaming because I like the tuk, 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 tuk. I love those pips because it reminds me of my childhood. That's why I love it. It's not, we have digital time now, whatever. And who cares? And they always announcing the time, with the pips. I love that stuff. James Paul, you're not going to believe this tonight. An ice cream truck went by my apartment playing that music. Well, we're gonna get it soon here. I think by the middle of March, we should get it. I think over here we start getting that around right before spring. We should get that. Well, yeah, you got it early. I would be. Todd says I would be like, where is my change? Ice cream. Okay. Yeah.
What's happening? Here comes another nor'easter, and this one bringing blizzard conditions. New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill knows just what you should do.
There's a great hockey game on in the Olympics tomorrow. U.S. is going for the gold. Stay at home and watch that.
Game time, 8 o'clock this morning. Governor Sherrill and New York City's New York Governor Kathy Hochul have both declared states of emergencies for their states. A racist remark at a meeting at an Upper West Side school caused the chancellor to call the comments abhorrent. Lawyers for child sex offender Ghislaine Maxwell are now fighting to prevent the release of yet another 90,000 Epstein documents. John Waters joining the cast of season 13 of American Horror Story. In sports, the Knicks win. In exhibition baseball, the Yankees beat Detroit and the Mets lose to Miami. AccuWeather says a blizzard warning up for this afternoon through Monday afternoon. Cloudy overnight with rain or snow showers in spots. A low of 36. Snow continues Sunday night, heavy at times into early Monday with extremely dangerous travel conditions before ending as flurries by Monday afternoon.
Yeah. Todd said probably $5 for ice cream. Yeah, I think it's about. I'm trying to remember because my son, of course, I bought ice cream for him last year. I think it's like $6 for a cone. So we got Mr. Softy over here. It's called Mr. Softy, and Mr. Softy, I believe the cone now, just a single cone. It's like $6. And the shake is like $7. Because I used to order the shake. I used to always, no, I have a shake. My son always wanted a cone or a shake. But yeah, I think the cone now is $6. It might be $5 actually. I think it's $6. Yeah, I think it's $6. It could be $5. But the shake definitely was $7 for a shake. Todd, they still come around the summer. Yeah, no, they're around here too in Yonkers. So.
Well, the forecast for today and tonight has gotten a lot more serious in the last day or so, and we're looking at a potential blizzard, the first one in 10 years, in fact. So we'll check in first with AccuWeather's LaTroy Thornton.
Very windy conditions and extremely heavy snow can be expected as a strengthening nor'easter brings a blizzard. The snow begins later this morning, perhaps starting mixed with rain as temperatures are in the mid to upper 30s, but temperatures falling through the day will first allow all precipitation to change to snow, then for that snow to stick to the streets and other roads roadways as the snow picks up in intensity as well. This means rather dangerous travel conditions developing through the night and into early Monday, with the snow heavy at times, as winds gusting to at least 50 miles per hour, possibly over 60 miles per hour for Long Island, bring blizzard conditions and power outages. The snow tapers off to flurries before ending Monday afternoon, with around a foot of snow in store for the city and nearby northern and western suburbs. Brooklyn and Queens stand the highest chance of over a foot of snow, with at least 12 to 18 inches of snow for Long Island, the Jersey Shore, and coastal Connecticut. Some of the Hudson Valley and far northwest Jersey suburbs may still hold on to single-digit snowfall totals, but those totals could also continue to trend generally upward around the area.
Stay with 1010 Winds at 92.3 FM and 1010winds.com. We'll keep you up to date with the latest AccuWeather forecast. We have states of emergency in New York and New Jersey.
We are forecast to receive up to 6 inches more than we received.
Yeah, but I'm not too worried about it because our temperatures are milder now. So I think a lot of that snow is going to melt within days after the blizzard. So the only thing I'm worried about is the high winds and a power outage. That's what I'm really worried about. The snow I'm not worried about is more the high winds. That's what I'm worried about. But yeah, Todd, there's a short of 2 little twin girls complaining about the cost of ice cream in the UK. Yeah, it costs been everywhere. I actually heard today about McDonald's, about all the fast food places. You know, the cost of fast food, which is true. Fast food has been ridiculously expensive now. And I think Wendy's is going to come out with a value meal finally. They announced they're going to come out with a value meal, Wendy's. Which I love Wendy's, by the way. But yeah, it's because what happened during it was the pandemic raised prices on all the fast food places. So now people are complaining about it, and I think they're gonna come out with and I think McDonald's. I think they're gonna announce a price. They're gonna slash price on a couple of things. But you know what's gonna happen, right? They're gonna shrinkflation that sucker. The burger's already small as it is. Just a regular cheeseburger on McDonald's is almost as equivalent as a White Castle slider. It's getting to that point. It's shrinking. Yeah. Todd, I hope you have 6 months of TP. What is CP? I don't know what TP is. TP. But anyway, I'm gonna do probably one more live stream before the 30-day event. So I'm probably gonna do one more live stream. I don't know yet, but yeah, I'm definitely. Yeah, exactly. Remember, where's the beef? Jace Farley, I'm staying bunkered up in my apartment. I have supplies. I just hope. No, yeah, that's exactly. That's the only thing the only thing I'm worried about is the power because of the high winds. Exactly, James Farley. Todd, they're closing all the BKs where my mom lives. The same franchise owner doesn't want to update because they raised all the prices. All these fast food places, they raised prices during the pandemic, and they haven't been. They haven't cut some of the. It's been ridiculous. Because, my son, he acts sometimes, he wants McDonald's and all that. And I noticed, it's like, what the hell, man? It's like a freaking mortgage to buy McDonald's for a family. And by the way, my wife is a vegetarian, so, we really keep it at a minimum. Like me, I usually have a quarter pounder. By the way, a quarter pounder is like this tiny now. It's really tiny. When I say quarter pounder, it sounds like, wow, it's a quarter pound. No, it's like freaking, it's like 2 McDonald's cheeseburgers put together with lettuce and tomato and, whatever, little mayo, and that's it, and ketchup. That's all it is. So it's not even when they say quarter pounder, it's freaking tiny.
Slip, trip, and fall? Call them now. 800-318-8888. Spectre and Associates has recovered hundreds of millions for the injured. Been in an accident? Visit crashinjury.com or call 800-318-8888. The lawyers at Spector and Associates Serious Injury Attorneys fight hard. Win big to get you what you deserve.
Yeah.
Call them now. 800
Yeah, not the quarter buns are dried out. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's like 3 bites and I'm done. 3 to 4 bites, I'm done with the quarter pounder. Literally.
Connecticut and Pennsylvania.
Sometimes the world can seem strange and unfamiliar. You haven't quite found your place or your people. All it takes is one person, a family, who chooses you to help it all make sense. You don't have to be an official superhero to do something life-saving and adopt.
You know? No, exactly. We have a lot of great places here. You know, of course, we have real classic big burgers. Like, I'm trying to remember the place that I went to. It's in Manhattan. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm trying to remember the place. Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, it was a 1 pound burger. Jackson Hole. So we are in Manhattan. There's a burger place called Jackson Hole. And there, the burger is humongous. It's a 1 pound burger. And it's thick. It's a freaking thick burger. It's thick. Like you can, when they stack that burger up and they give you the plate, your jaw does not open big enough to take a bite. That's how big it is. I didn't know about the place, so a friend of mine told me. We met. We ran into him. My ex and I ran into him on July 4th, and we ran into him, and we all wanted to go into Jackson Hole in Upper Manhattan. And he said, "I bet you, Danny, you can eat this burger." I say, "Believe me, I can eat anything. When I'm hungry, I can eat. Bring it on, bring it on." I ate it, but my God, it filled me up. It was a big burger. They say it was a pound. It's a pound of meat. But they put onions. Everything was stacked. It was stacked. And then I bought the bacon cheeseburger. So they put bacon on it too. You talking about a heart attack? This was a heart attack on a plate. And I ate that sucker. I ate it. I won the bet. I cleaned that plate. And they give you big ass potato wedges. Big ass potato wedges. Oh my God, I cleaned that plate. But yo, you can't bite into that burger. It's so big. Your jaw doesn't open. My jaw couldn't open that wide. So I had to take nibble. Oh my God. It was a lot of bites. Oh my God. But I think that was the best burger I ever had. It's called Jackson Hole. I think they're still in the city. And yeah, and my friend, his name is Juan. He works for the transit. Right now he works for the MTA. He's a signal maintainer. He's a cool guy. We grew up together in the Bronx. We lived in the same block. I ran into him a few years ago. I need to look him up on Facebook again. He was the coolest guy ever. And yeah, and he loves to travel. That man travels all over. He is. I remember when I had him on Facebook, he travels all over. The man loves to eat. The man eats out there like every freaking day at what is it? Outback. His restaurant is Outback. He eats all the time Outback. Oh my God. I hope he's still around, my God, But yeah, he's a great guy. Juan Beltry. I'm gonna say his full name. James Farley, we used to have a place called Fudd Druckers that had 1 pound burgers. Yeah, I remember Jackson Hole had some. Oh my God. You know what I need? You know where I need to go? It was a famous place, pastrami sandwich called Cat's Deli. It's in Manhattan. I never went there. I need to go there. I need to go there. Cat's Deli. They have the pastrami sandwich that's like this thick. It's literally, you can't bite into it. It's a pastrami sandwich. It's humongous. They stack that sucker up with, oh my God. I need to go there. Cat's Deli, I think it's called. It's been there for like 100 years or whatever. I don't know. I never been in there. And as long all the years I lived in New York City, I never went to Cat's Deli. Cat's Deli. K-A-T-Z. Cats. Of course, it's, Jewish. Cat's Deli. I need to go there. And if I go there, I'm going to make a video. In fact, if I ever go there, I'm going to make a video. Maybe when I meet Tasso, me and Tasso will go to Cat's Deli together. You know what? That's a good idea now. I'm thinking about it. I'll have my meetup with Tasso. And me and Tasso are going to go to Cat's Deli. Oh my God, that'll be epic. Todd, James, they closed down here. They had good ones, yeah. Oh, okay, they had that over there. They even had ostrich burgers. Oh my God. Oh my God. I would love to eat an ostrich egg. I never had an ostrich egg. Like an ostrich omelet or something. Wow. That's pretty cool.
Are now considering removing the former Prince Andrew from the line of succession to the crown, following his Jeffrey Epstein-related arrest.
He claimed he cut ties with Epstein in 2010, after Epstein had been released from prison. Emails indicate that's not true. In 2011, Epstein writing to Andrew, "The press is piling on me in the States. Nothing to do. Just want to make sure you are okay." Andrew allegedly writing back, "I'm just as concerned for you. Don't worry about me. It would seem we are in this together, and we'll have to rise above it. Keep in close touch, and we will play some more soon." Andrew has strenuously denied any wrongdoing.
That's Lama Hassan.
James Farley, they had a place that Addison called Harold's that had old monster sandwiches. Wow. Harold's, okay. Yeah. I'm telling you, Cat's Deli, I need to go there because every time I watch these videos, I'm like, why I never been there? Why I never been to that place? Because I love pastrami. I love pastrami. I remember my mother first bought me pastrami. She bought me those thin slices, buddings, whatever they're called, buddings that come in a little bag. And I love pastrami. I know some people don't. Some people are not crazy about pastrami. I love roast beef pastrami. Pretty much every cold cut. I don't think I don't. I think the only cold cut I was never a fan of is bologna. I think bologna was the only cold cut I didn't care for. Damn. 4 pounds of meat. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. My jaw will hurt after that. Oh my God. Their sandwiches have about 4 pounds of meat on it. Oh my God. They even gave you a half and a loaf of sliced rye bread to take home with you. Oh my God. Yeah, rye bread too. Yeah, rye bread. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Now I'm thinking about Cat's Deli, man. Oh my God. And by the way, they even have if I remember Cat's Deli. No, I never mind. That's another place. I'm trying to remember the other place where you could dip it in the sandwich and like they have like a broth. And you dip it in the broth. Oh my God, that sounds. Oh yeah, I think it was Quiznos. It was a commercial on Quiznos, where you could take like the Philly cheesesteak and dip it in the broth. It's about $40 a sandwich. Yeah, I can imagine it's a meal. It's a freaking meal and a half. All that meat.
You're listening to The Ride, which is the latest single from the upcoming album Super
Yeah,
Blue.
I believe that
sounds familiar. Well, it's because the song samples the theme from Clint Eastwood's Western, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Super Bloom drops on April 10th.
That's a lot of meat.
John
Forget
Waters
about
will be joining season 13
forget
of
about
American
Arby's.
Horror
We got the
Story.
meats.
The Hairspray director
There's no match
says
for that.
he has a big new part
Cat's Deli.
in the
Oh my
FX
God! I gotta
anthology
go there.
series.
Now I have to go
Waters,
there.
though, no stranger to the small screen, having been guest
Cat's
starred on The
Delicatessen.
Simpsons nearly 30 years ago.
John.
Waylon, I'd like you to meet the Simpsons.
I know the Simpsons. So this is your sick mother?
Don't do this to me, Waylon.
Season 13 premieres on Halloween.
Entertainment on 1010 Wins is sponsored by Shulman and Hill, New York's injury lawyers.
Go to hurtny.com.
That's hurtny.com.
Dr. Lederman explains both cancer and arthritis treatment. Radiosurgery attacks primary and metastatic cancer with invisible beams when surgery or chemo isn't wanted, hasn't worked. Radiosurgery maintains your body, avoiding surgery of breast, lung, pancreas, liver, bladder, prostate, bowel, and more. New low-dose radiation helps relieve arthritis pain in knees, hips, hands, and more. Thousands treated for arthritis over decades with high success. Dr. Lederman, first in America with body radiosurgery for cancer treatment, first in New York with brain radiosurgery, now low-dose arthritis radiation. Many reasons.
All right. So they closed Quiznos when I was in Texas. They were good. Okay, I never been to Quiznos, man. I always wanted to go to Quiznos, and I never got to go into one. So they probably closed. I don't know if they close all over. I don't know. Sonic seems to be hanging out. Yeah, Sonic is okay. I've been to Sonic. My wife and I, and my son, a family trip. When we went down to Florida, we stopped at a couple of Sonics. They're okay. They're okay. I thought it would be better. They're okay. I mean, I like their theme. That, like for example, I know Sonic. You don't go into a Sonic. You have to park. You have to park, and then they bring out the food to you and all that, which is kind of cool. So yeah, Sonic is okay. Yeah, I'm freaking hungry now, man. Now talking about food, I'm like, man, my mouth is watering. Well, yeah, pastrami. Oh my God. Mustard, oh God, pastrami, oh God. I love pastrami. Not everybody likes pastrami, but me, I love pastrami. I love roast beef too. Oh my God. Oh God.
Win. In exhibition baseball, the Yankees beat Detroit and the Mets lose to Miami. AccuWeather says blizzard warning from the afternoon through Monday afternoon, and snow continues into Sunday night, heavy at times. Winds news time, 3:41. Let's get you where you need to go with Liam Flynn right here.
And we are bumper to bumper in the Bronx, westbound on the Cross Bronx from Rosedale Avenue to 3rd Avenue, where all lanes are being forced to exit with an overnight construction project. Use the Bruckner-Deacon combination through the borough as your alternate. And in Queens, northbound on the Van Wyck, jammed up into Atlantic Avenue. 2 left lanes closed with construction work. In that 3rd right lane, the only one that gets by, is closed intermittently as they try to get some construction equipment on and off of the roadway.
Todd says, you could be in and back before the family knows into the city for sandwiches. Yeah.
And here's what we see on Long Island's Big 3, Southern State, Northern.
Yeah, but I haven't been in the city in a while. Because remember, I'm at home with my son most of the time. So, no, we're going to be, I think when the weather gets warmer, we're going to go in the city. So, for example, we're not going to drive in the city because parking is ridiculous and the congestion price. So what we're going to do is we'll take the Metro North. So Yonkers Station is about a half a mile away from here. So, we'll walk over there or take an Uber, whatever, depending on how we feel. And then Metro North is a commuter train. So that'll take us all the way into Grand Central. Grand Central. It's about, half an hour, 30 minutes plus. into from Yonkers train station into Grand Central. He's about 30 minutes plus. So yeah. And then we're right there. We're right there in the middle of the city, blocks away from Times Square. So we're gonna do that this year. We're definitely gonna go in the city a few more times. So I'll probably do a couple of streams in the city. The last time we went in there, I did a live stream from Times Square. I was on for about 45 minutes on my phone. So yeah, we're definitely gonna go back in the city. You know, I do miss the city. Don't get me wrong, I miss it. I miss because of that. And number one, the food is all over the place. In Yonkers, where I'm at right now, for example, in Yonkers, we have a lot of Mexican, Central American here. So the food influence here is a lot of Mexican restaurants. There's too many of them. We have a couple of pizzerias, but they're nowhere near here. You know, New York City pizzerias are like every other corner is a pizzeria. Not here, not in Yonkers, not in this area of Yonkers. No pizzeria. We have one down the block, a couple of blocks away, but they've been closed for a few years now. So we have no more of that. The sugar eater Bakugan is like with the little balls that turn into monsters. Okay. There you go. And welcome to Sugar Eater. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, okay, you remember. Okay. James Foley. I remember that the stream when you were at Times Square, they said we take your picture. Yeah, they have all that. They have the Elmo, they have those characters in the outfits, like the Elmo, all those cartoon characters have them all dressed up. Of course, underneath that is some Mexican getting paid minimum wage to take pictures. You know what I mean? They can come up to me, I don't. Or whatever. Yeah, the tourists. And they think I'm a tourist. I'm not no tourist. Get away from me. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Tom, my co-worker was from Brooklyn, and he always talked about food anytime you want it. Yeah, that's the thing. One thing I miss about New York City is the convenience of all types of foods nearby. And in Yonkers, you don't get that. It's a lot of, in Yonkers, right here, for example, here we have a lot of Mexican restaurants. We have like a couple of Chinese restaurants, a handful of them, not that many. And then we had an Italian restaurant down the block, but he closed down a few years back. Now that one turned into a Mexican restaurant. So that one is gone. And then the pizza shop is gone. So we have more Mexican food all over the place, or Spanish food. There's not that much of it, or a little bit of Chinese food, and that's it. It's pretty sad here, especially in this neighborhood. This neighborhood used to be Italian and Polish. The neighborhood where I live right now, it used to be Italian and Polish. That's all gone now. That's all gone. Now over here, it's a lot of Hispanics. A lot of Hispanics and African American. So, it's not much different than the Bronx. It's a lot calmer, but it's not, in terms of diversity. No, it's a lot of Hispanics here. A lot. To the point where when I go to my son's school, and I had the conference, teacher conference, like 90% of the class needed an interpreter for the parents. I think I was me and somebody else, African-American gentleman, was the only two people that understood English. All the other parents needed an interpreter to be in the class to interpret. Yeah. Israel 108. Good morning from Scotland. Good morning, my friend. I hope you're doing well, my friend. I hope you have a great week. Hope you have, I hope you have a great week. I hope you do have a great week. James Farley, you said that you had all around. No, we do have Papa John's. We do have a Papa John's. But that's like a half a mile away. That's not a little walk. That's a few blocks away. We do, and we do have a Papa John's. And we have a Little Caesars. We have a Little Caesars right around the same area too. We have a Little Caesars also. Pizza. Chris, you need a full band radio transceiver bus. I do have. I have. Okay, LOL joking here. No, I do have transceivers. I have the Zygo G90, the Yaesu FT8, the FT818ND, and then I have the FT991A. So I have 3 transceivers right now. And of course, I got a whole bunch of handheld transceivers. You know, the Baofangs, the SH0E1, Huang Shang, I'm trying to remember, TK11, that's a transceiver also. I have that one. So I have a few. And I have a CB radio in the second floor, which I need to bring down. That's a Uniden 980 SSB. I need to bring that one down too. So I have a few transceivers. Yeah.
Medicine and made it thrive.
Call that a legacy.
Call it impact.
Call it momentum. Just call
What the
it
hell?
ours.
Sorry.
Because it's the generations of community heroes that give MDA the strength we have today.
And until neuromuscular disease is...
Anyway, let me show you real quick what happened to my remember my 2 FM antennas that arrived damaged. So let me turn them on real quick. I'll show you where they're at right now. They're right here. They're right there. I have them stored right here right now. Of course, this is the one that was severely damaged. Right? And I try to bend it back into shape and it snapped. Look at it right there. It snapped. So that one snapped when I was trying to bend it back into shape. The other one is not that bad. I try to bend it as much as I can. But you can still see that it's bended. But that one snapped. So that one I'm going to have to put the metal, bracket piece and stabilize it. It snapped, but it didn't break off completely, but it's almost like 90%, snapped. So yeah, there you go. Of course, they refunded my money for those 2 messed up deliveries. Both FM antennas, 4-element Yagi, they got damaged. So of course the top one, that one's gonna go on the roof in a couple of months when the weather gets nicer, when milder and whatever, springtime. I'll put that one up, and then that one's gonna be hooked up to the FMDX web server. The other one, I'm at this point thinking about butchering it up and just use it for spare parts. And maybe reconstruct that one. Yeah. Reconstruct that one and maybe make a monster Yagi antenna. I don't know. Maybe, but right now aluminum price is very expensive. I looked up let me turn it on one more time. Sorry. You see that boom? You see that piece of aluminum? They sell that at Home Depot and stuff like that. But for the price of buying another one, for what I paid for this, well, I got my money back anyway. Just the price of the boom right now is a lot. It's expensive. So I will have to wait till I get some scrap metal somewhere to maybe reconstruct this antenna on a bigger boom and maybe put more elements. So I'm thinking about using the second one as scavenge it up. Right? Excuse me. Let me put the kind of plant it on the ground here without. There you go. Scavenge the parts and build another Yagi, maybe with a few more elements and make it bigger. And experiment, Frank and antenna. I don't know. Frank and Yagi. I don't know. But the one on top, is doable. Now that I bent it a little bit, I'm not going to bend it anymore because I don't want it to break. So that one's going to go on the roof in the springtime. But the other one, I'm going to use it for parts. And maybe build a new antenna with it. A new Yagi with, probably maybe a couple of more elements on it. I don't know. Maybe mix it with copper tubing. Because I do have a long piece of copper tubing I could use as the boom. So maybe I could do that. Yeah. Todd, unfortunately, aluminum usually cracks if you try to fix it. My bike rims never worked out trying to fix it. Yeah. No, I know that, and people told me that. One guy told me that in the chat, I remember. He said, if you try to bend it, it's going to break. And that's what happened. The minute I tried to bend it, it snapped. It just snapped. I was like, wow. And I was doing it very slowly. And it still snapped. Because that one was a sharp bend. But the one on top, I could leave it like that. It'll be fine. It has a slight bend on it. I bend it enough, but I don't want to, I don't want to try to bend it straight because I know it's going to snap. So I'm going to leave that one the way it is. And I'm just going to put that one on the roof. And, it'll work fine. It's not going to affect too much FM reception on it. So there you go. Let me go over here for a minute. I'll be right back. Let me check out something here. Yeah. Okay.
Want some water to wash down your hoagie? Least endangered, inland northern, Pacific Northwest, and southwestern accents. Deborah Rodriguez for 1010 Winds.
Our blizzard warning continues from this afternoon through tomorrow afternoon. And now, Bloomberg Money Watch.
If you feel like you're getting more work emails and invitations to later meetings than ever, you're right.
So meetings starting after 8 p.m. are up 16% this year.
Emma Hyder wrote the story for Bloomberg News.
Workers are being interrupted by a constant chorus of emails, meeting invites, and other work notifications every 2 minutes during working hours.
All of this contained in an annual work trends study.
This data comes from Microsoft, which earlier this year surveyed 31,000 office workers globally who use Microsoft 365 products. One of the most important trends is that our meetings and our email chains are getting a lot bigger and a lot more global.
And it is having an impact on morale.
Let me try tuning a couple of bands. The other night I got Radio Rebelda at 1620, which I haven't gotten in a long time, in years. And I made a video on that, it's on my, of course, you've seen the channel. So let's tune the band, see what we can pick up tonight.
If you've got gold or silver.
Sorry. Let me go down to 5:30, then I'll work my way up. Let's see what we can pick up tonight. Wow, it's coming in pretty good. Okay, wow, here we go. Let me lower that real quick. Oh, because I want to get copyright. CAIO out of Brampton, Ontario, Canada is coming in nice tonight. Wow. That's clear. That's good listening right now. Wow. 5:30 and it sounds like that. Wow. All the way at the bottom of the dial. Holy moly. Wow. Wow. Todd says Skip is probably good with the weather. Yeah. Wow. I mean, yeah, that's pretty good. Wow. 540 coming in good too. Wow. Although 540 is more local, the strong signal, that's from Long Island. So yeah, so I can hear CFOS out of Owen Sound, Ontario, Canada. What's 570's local? 58, let's go for it. Okay, 590. Wow. That sounds good. 600 is CKAT out of North Bay, Ontario. CKAT Country 600. Wow, it's coming in good. That's good. That's good. For this station, that's good. That's a good audio right there. Wow. That's, oh my God, I'm already getting blown away.
Hello to
I'm getting 2 stations now on that one. Well, normally I get CKAC. I think CKAC I get 630. Well, cool. Yeah, so no Cuba right now so far. WSM out of Nashville, Tennessee.
And so I'm like, well, I can't sleep. So I flip on the TV set.
No, I heard about it. Oh my God, yeah, I heard about the avalanche in California. It's crazy.
And I'm having
WSCR out of Chicago.
And therefore, as I'm sitting back.
I'm trying to get CJOB out of Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, but I never got it. But sometimes I get CFTR out of Toronto. Otherwise, it's Providence or Boston. But I hear 2 signals, so I'm thinking I'm getting one of the Canadian stations. Anyway, let me know in a couple of minutes. If I get Toronto or Winnipeg. All right. Let me lower down for a minute. Sorry. Excuse me. Todd, I always get WBBM 780 is the strongest out of Chicago. Yeah, I'm going to work my way up to 780. Problem is with me is WABC. 770 bleeds over like crazy sometimes. Got the weather 4,000 watching your guys storm. Oh, you on that website? Okay. Yeah, that's a great website, man. I stumbled upon that website because of I looked it up because there's another YouTuber that he likes to post that stuff a lot. Jesus Christ, I can't remember his name. I don't subscribe to his channel no more because a couple of there's a ham radio channel. Fortunately, a couple of people in the chat that just total fucking dickheads. So they're always trying to fucking chime in on my comments. Like so-called fucking experts. Sorry, I'm gonna say it. So I stopped going to that channel. A guy that, I like the guy. He's a great guy. He's a funny guy. I love the guy, but I can't be in the chat no more. I get hate. I get hate from there. So that's why I don't go to his chat no more. I really like the guy though. He's a great guy. I swear to God. The guy, I wish I could meet him in person. He's an awesome guy. Whatever. Oh, the music. Yeah, exactly. The music is cool. That's why I like the chat. I like that channel because of the Elevator has guider rail 3666 radio receiver. This is the TEF 6686 radio. TEF 6686 radio. This radio, you can get it on AliExpress or on Amazon. The price is all over the place. It is a nice radio. It's great on AM, medium wave, FM, shortwave. It doesn't have long wave, but I don't get long wave over here in New York. I don't get no long wave, so I can't really rate the long wave. But I'm gonna tell you something. FM radio, FMDXing, this is the radio you want. If you're FMDXer, if you are an FMDXer, this is the radio you want to do FMDXing. It's a great radio. Shortwave listening is good on this radio. I'm going to say it's very good on this radio. The only thing about this radio, it does not have single sideband. So if you want single sideband, this is not the radio. No single sideband. What else? What I mentioned. AM radio, medium wave, as you can hear, is a DXer. So medium wave DXing is pretty good on this radio too. Okay? So I hope that answers your question. Yeah, so yes, elevator, but it's full band. Yeah, no. I love the weather, that's weather band. The weather, the old Weather Channel music. Yeah, a lot of jazz. It's a lot of jazz, a lot of smooth jazz. That's what I like about it. All right, so I'm gonna move on. I can't tell if it's CJOB or CFTR or probably Providence or
treatment.
Consumer Radio, WSB, WJR with WABC bleeding over.
You're not stupid enough.
7777.
There you go, WBBM.
Or GreensServices.com.
WBBM News Radio. Traffic and weather together on the air. All day, all night.
There you go.
It's 11 minutes past the hour. Chicago's Chinatown will host their Lunar New Year parade this Sunday.
Of course, WABC bleeding over.
I've gotten a head start on celebration.
It's coming in pretty good tonight, 790. I'm hoping this is Miami. James Farley, I just talked about that earlier before you came on. So far, so good. No copyright notice on the Weather Channel music. So there you go. Yeah, I haven't gotten nothing on that last live stream. Zero. So far, zero, which is, I'm very optimistic about that. So I'm hoping when I put that Weather Channel stuff on, especially when I take a break or maybe when I go to sleep, which I will crash and go to sleep during my 30-day live stream. Yeah, no copyrights so far. So yeah, definitely. Oh my God, I'm excited about that. You know, 1 p.m. It's not 1 p.m. here. It's like 4 in the morning. Let me go look at my other phone. Hold on. 1 p.m. It's 4:13 in the morning here. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I love the music is smooth. It's smooth jazz. That's what I get. I get a smooth jazz vibe out of it. I love the music. It's awesome. Yeah, so this could be 790 out of Miami or Atlanta. Definitely no storm 1 p.m. You're talking about the time. Oh my God, I got a little hiccup on my live stream for a minute there. Okay. It just refreshes, you're live again. I'm like, wait a minute, what the hell? I believe that's where it's going to start. I believe that's when the storm is going to start about 1 o'clock. It is going to start in the afternoon, so maybe they're talking about when it's going to start. CKLW out of Canada.
With Bell Ads for Business, you can reach premium customers on premium digital.
And smash that like button, people, if you like the stream. Thank you. And welcome to say something in the chat, please.
Canada's most trusted platform.
So that's Canada right there. CKLW out of Canada. He's in Yonkers, New York.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. Half a million Canadians have found out.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm glad she's off on Monday. But my son was supposed to go back to school on Monday. My son had a winter break this whole week. So he had no school this whole week. They call it a winter break. In Yonkers, New York, they had the whole week off. President's Day all the way till Friday, no school. So he's supposed to go back on Monday. But I think now it might at least be a delayed opening. Or they're going to cancel classes on Monday. So we don't know. We won't know till tomorrow night. Tomorrow night we'll know if he's going back to school on Monday. So, yeah. Yeah, but she's off Monday. Yeah, she is off Monday. Your 40s be end of the week, yeah. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not worried about the snow, because we're gonna be in the upper 30s. Yeah, we're gonna be in the upper 30s. Yeah, I don't see it being open on Monday because the governor already announced a state of emergency for today. She also and also the mayor also announced state of emergency. So that means that they don't want, there's no cars can be on the road unless they are essential workers. They're basically telling people don't come in, stay home. So I think Monday is, I'm going to say 60, 40, 70, 30 maybe. No school on Monday. Or delay opening. But I think there's going to be no school on Monday. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens later on.
People took to the streets in
All right, BBC World Service.
Last month.
WNYC.
Estimate around 6,500 people were killed in the subsequent crackdown. The BBC's Lise Doucette has been reporting from Tehran on condition that none of her material is used on the BBC's Persian service. These restrictions apply to all international media organizations operating in Iran.
In Tehran's Vanak Square, a soaring statue catches the eye. Arash, the archer, poised to shoot his arrow high into the sky. Legend has it that Arash, hero of ancient Persia, was the bravest archer in its army. He sacrificed his life to save his country. Now the archer is a marker in the midst of Iran's new wars. His statue was erected less than a year ago, on the 10th of June. Then 3 days later, Israel suddenly attacked Iran. It's triggered what's now known as the 12-Day War, a battle which ended with America's bombers striking Iran's nuclear sites. The authorities then painted Arash on a vast mural, launching ballistic missiles from his bow. On a warm winter's day, we went to Vanak. At first sight, it seemed like an everyday square. Traffic zipped around its edges. A flower vendor stood beside his buckets of yellow daffodils. A coffee machine gurgled loudly nearby. But only weeks ago, Vanak burned. Arash the archer, a dark silhouette rising above blazing orange fires. A silent sentinel at the heart of another conflagration. This one between Iran's rulers and their people. In this square and many other squares and streets across Iran, protesters marched and shouted slogans, some burning with rage over life's many hardships, others chanting for an end to the Islamic Republic. On January 8th, Iran's security forces closed in. The internet and telephone lines were cut, plunging the country into its longest ever digital darkness. The stories of what happened are still surfacing, the number of casualties still being counted and contested, but the tragic toll is clearly in the many thousands. Among them is a story from Vanak of a 22-year-old art student. His parents named him Arash, perhaps hoping he would grow to greatness like the archer. He died on this square. His friend was quoted in a newspaper report saying they were just walking by when Arash was hit by a shotgun shell. There's now little trace here of what happened to Arash and many others. A white police post set alight was swiftly repaired, its blue trim repainted. But history sits in Vanak Square. It won't ever be removed, even if there's an effort to varnish it. Bright new government billboards rise on the edges of this square and many others in many cities, of Iranians smiling and waving flags, of a policeman cradling a child. The government points to the charred buildings and vehicles still dotting the capital as evidence this was all the work of what it said were rioters. For some protesters, they're symbols of a system they want to change. In our days in Tehran, a little more than a week, we were struck by how many people wanted what happened to be kept alive. In charming markets edged by traditional Persian tiles, people vented their anger over sky-high prices of everything from saffron to sports shirts. A spice seller blamed the international sanctions strangling Iran's economy. A doctor lamented the years of government mismanagement and corruption. It was this painful squeeze of soaring inflation and a currency collapsing against the dollar which sparked the wave of unrest which spiraled into something much bigger. In its wake, emotions are still raw. We could feel it. Some people did not want to speak. Others, when they felt their identity would be safe, bared their soul, crying for the many young Iranians killed in the crackdown, calling for greater freedom in their lives. Some even made it clear they now wanted to return to the monarchy toppled in the revolution of 1979. One woman made a point of coming up to us to ensure her voice was heard. No one wants their country to be attacked, she said, but American military action is all that's left to save us. It feels like a different country now. I've spent time here since June 1989, when Iran buried its first ruling cleric, Ayatollah Khomeini. Since then, so much history has passed through its squares, including Vanak. The protests in 2009 over a disputed presidential election, when millions of Iranians took to the streets calling for a recount and reform. In 2015,
hello, CC Downs. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the live stream.
Signed an accord
I hope you have a great week.
Nuclear program in exchange for the lifting of sanctions and an opening to the world. President Trump pulled out of that deal in his first term, denouncing it as terrible, vowing to do a much better one. Since then, there's been another wave of protest every few years. A country now holds its breath. Will there be another deal or another deadly war? Is this about a nuclear program or a new order? At Vanak Square, a junction at the midpoint of Tehran's main highways, in the midst of the most consequential time since 1979, Arash the Archer has been set in stone. But no one can say for certain what will happen next in Vanak Square and in so many others.
Needs to said. February is traditionally Black History Month in the United States, and this year marks 100 years since the country's first Black History commemorations. In 1926, the historian Carter G. Woodson founded the first national observance of Black history, although it was just for a week. He chose February to coincide with the birthdays of President Abraham Lincoln and the African-American social reformer, writer, orator, and statesman Frederick Douglass. The idea grew in popularity, and 50 years later, in 1976, it was extended to a month-long celebration to coincide with the USA's bicentennial. Lindsay Johns embarked on a trip across the Deep South to explore the region's place in the civil rights movement.
Surrounded by myriad impeccably suited, educated African Americans of every shade, many with doctorates, I'm elated. Perhaps I finally found my tribe. I'm visiting Morehouse College in Atlanta, alma mater to Martin Luther King Jr., Spike Lee, and Samuel L. Jackson, to name a few. I'm keen to fully understand the historical context which underpins both this city, an epicenter of black educational excellence, affluence, and economic growth, and this venerable university, with its ardent commitment to producing servant leaders, advocating community uplift, and instilling racial pride. Morehouse is a hallowed academic institution, akin to a black Oxford. Myself and a couple of other attendees decide upon a 2-hour road trip to Montgomery in neighboring Alabama to visit the Legacy Museum. It commemorates the approximately 6,500 African Americans ignominiously lynched by white supremacists between 1865 and 1950. With my mind full of images of the Deep South, gleaned from watching Sidney Poitier in the Heat of the Night, of chain gangs, cotton fields, and tobacco-chewing rednecks, we head to the capital of the old Confederacy. Montgomery was once a rigidly segregated hotbed of civil rights activism, bus boycotts, and entrenched racial bigotry. Now, with a black Morehouse graduate as mayor, it's a city where the old and new South coexist, albeit precariously. For my traveling companions, a sprightly, almost octogenarian African-American friend and his 22-year-old grandson, also both Morehouse men, there's a palpable sense of joy on arrival at what they see as having indubitably changed for the better. When I first came here in the 1950s, it was very different. My friend says laconically, his chronic understatement and allusion to the dehumanizing treatment his family endured in these very streets some 70 years ago. The museum, which opened in 2018, is the brainchild of Harvard-educated lawyer and social justice activist Brian Stevenson, and it's now one of the principal tourist attractions in Alabama, an exceedingly poignant and noble monument to man's inhumanity to man. Its displays showcase some stark statistics, saying an estimated 12.7 million people were stolen from Africa over roughly 250 years, and an estimated 2 million people perished during the perilous Middle Passage. They're artfully combined with more individual human stories to fully convey the dislocation, brutality, and abject suffering black people experienced during slavery and its aftermath. Holograms of slaves plaintively telling of their family's separation are heart-wrenchingly sad, especially to me as a father to 2 young boys. As the African-American anti-slavery campaigner Harriet Tubman articulated, slavery is the next thing to hell. Nothing prepares you for the unspeakable horrors of the lynching section, and Billie Holiday's elegiac song, Strange Fruit, both a jazz classic and a protest anthem denouncing the barbarous practice, plays over the speaker. The German Jewish philosopher Hannah Arendt famously spoke of the banality of evil in reference to the Nazi war criminals at the Nuremberg trials. As I stare at a large display of 400 glass jars meticulously labeled with the names of lynching victims and in which has been collected soil from their execution sites, I see no banality, only evil. I feel nauseated when I think of how those innocent souls must have suffered at the hands of the savages who strung them up, and recoil at how their final moments were often distastefully captured by insentient chancers who flagrantly sold photographs of their nefarious deeds as souvenirs. One terse caption on the wall is that of James Gillespie, a child of 10, who, before he was lynched in North Carolina in 1902, simply said, "I want to go to heaven when I die." Every human being should visit this museum. It bears eloquent witness to one of humanity's worst nadirs. And it also tells of the defiance, resilience, and pride of a people so egregiously sinned against, it's a miracle they're still standing, let alone, like many in Atlanta, positively thriving. Will Black America ever forgive, let alone forget, the strange fruit which these southern trees once bore? The words of the poet Maya Angelou adorn the exterior of the museum, a thought-provoking exhortation which fittingly concludes our visit. History, despite its wrenching pain, cannot be unlived, but if faced with courage, need not be lived again.
Lindsay Johns, bringing the program to an end. I'm Max Pearson. The producer was Phoebe Keane. We'll be back next weekend, so do join us then.
Todd, unfortunately, I have a strong local station at 820. I can't get WBAP. Well, this is WNYC out of New York City. However, it's an NPR station. You know, most NPR stations after midnight will play the BBC World Service, including this one. So any NPR station that's local to you in Chicago or wherever you at, will play BBC World Service after midnight. Usually from midnight to about 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. So any NPR station nearby where you at, you'll be able to listen to BBC World Service also. And I do listen to them. You know, I'm a conservative, but I'm open-minded. I do listen to the stations that are liberal. Yeah. So any NPR station, after midnight they do play BBC World Service. I don't know if any NPR station that doesn't play BBC World Service after midnight. They all do. I mean, the ones that I can pick up, they all play BBC World Service after midnight until 6 a.m. So yeah, definitely check it out. And I listen to BBC World Service. I know they're a little, they can be lefty at times and things like that. But I like their programming overall, like stuff like this that you just heard. I enjoy it. You gotta have an open mind about this stuff. It's not everything is not a anti Trump whatever. But I do listen to other stuff, and I enjoy it. So there you go.
Students in Iran have protested against the government for the first time since last month's deadly crackdown. On Saturday, demonstrators marched at the Sharif University of Technology in Tehran, chanting "Death to the Dictator," a reference to Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Ukraine says it counted 50 Russian ballistic missiles and nearly 300 drones overnight, destroying most. Explosions were heard in Kiev before dawn. Earlier, a police officer was killed and 15 other people wounded in the western city of Lviv. Sudan's paramilitary rapid support forces say they've captured the North Darfur town of Altina, driving out militias loyal to the army. The town's mainly populated by non-Arab communities. Brazil's leaders called on President Trump to be even-handed with his tariffs. President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva was reacting to Mr. Trump imposing a 15% tax.
Anyway, I'm going to sign off now. I just want to say thank you for watching, everybody. I've been up for 4 hours. You're definitely going to relax. And actually, I got the battery warning right now for 15%. So, yeah, I got to shut it down anyway because my battery's about to die out. But thank you, everybody, for watching. I am going to do a 30-day live stream on March 1st, 24/7. So, spread the word, share the, spread the news. Because I'm going to be 24/7 all the month of March. Hey, I'm thinking about, I'm like, are you crazy doing this? Yeah, I am crazy right now. Yeah, I think I am crazy right now doing it. But I'm going to do it, I want to do it. It's, right now it's like a bucket list thing. I want to do it. And hopefully at the end of 30 days, if I make it there, technical reasons or otherwise, that's going to be a big feather in my cap on the YouTube career thing. So there you go. So thank you for watching, everybody. Have a great week. I love you all. You guys are the best. I got the most smartest people in the chat here. You guys are amazing. And I hope to see you next time. And take care, everybody. I love you all. Have a great week. Bye-bye.